to order. Today is April 20, 2021. This is our public session being conducted by a hybrid video conferencing, and the meeting is being live streamed by the county channel. Request for public comment participation was accepted between 5 and 5:30 by sending email with the person's name, phone number, and topic to robin.pritchardville@k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comment where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the domain. Each speaker will fill out a public comment card, please see the board clerk for a card. Request for the public comment for the second public comment will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 tonight in the same manner as I just read. The second public comment will take place prior to adjournment and no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board is not finished addressing all items listed on the April 20, 2021 agenda, the board will reconvene tomorrow at 6 p.m. on April 21, 2021 to finish the agenda items. We need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Mr. Earl Campbell. You have a second? Second. Okay. Dr. Wisniewski, any discussion? Being no hands up, the question is called, voting is open.
Frederick, yes.
Yes.
I'm trying to get, it was by Earl Campbell and second by Ms. Friedrich.
No, Dr. Wisniewski.
Sorry. Voting is now open.
Okay.
Yes.
Miss Kathy Robine, is she on?
He's not here.
Okay,
I don't see her listed.
I don't see her. Okay.
The motion carries 9-0-0.
Miss Friedrich.
Frederick, yes.
The motion carries 10-0-0 with Kathy Robine not present. Could somebody come and see? I don't think my speaker, my microphone's working. It's on. It does? Okay. Thank you. All right, next we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. We have a moment of silence. The media has been properly notified. We're down to the student performance. Hilton Head Island High School cast of Matilda, the musical, will be performing Bruce. And here to tell us about the performance is the drama teacher, Kimberly Gwynn. Welcome, Kimberly, and your cast. I don't think Kimberly Gwynn is on the.
I don't think she's on.
Participant. So go ahead and move the recording.
Bruce Bog Trotter. Yes, miss? You enjoyed my cake, didn't you, Bruce? did. And I'm very sorry, but...
I know, as long as you enjoyed it, that's the main thing.
It is?
Yes, ball chocolate is.
Well, I did. Thank you.
Wonderful, marvelous. That makes me so happy. It brings a warm glow in my lower intestine. Oh, cook! What's the matter, ball chocolate? What's your appetite?
Well, yes, I'm full.
Oh, no, you're not full. I'll tell you when you're full. I said criminals like you are full until you've eaten the entire cake. But you haven't got time to eat.
I can't eat it all.
This is so sick. He should have thought of that before he made a pact with Satan and decided to do my cake. Eat! Eat!
Charlie, come on!
Eat!
Eat! A single slice, or even two, Bruce, might be nice. But even you, Bruce, have to admit, between you and it, there's not a lot of difference in size. He can't, surely can't. You are the man, Bruce. You might explode. He's quite elastic. Stop, he's fantastic. Look at him go. I know. It's not a good Bruce. We suspected. You have a word, Bruce. Many of us inside the times. Consider only Ruby over time. You can't break the time. You want to get Bruce. Never get something to this. We don't admit to this. I call the truth. Never told you what time to take this. We never thought it was possible. But here it is coming true. Now don't make any mistakes. The time has come to put that comely tongue to use. No excuse, Bruce. But now you don't, I think you want your trousers loose. Oh, stop it in. You're almost finished. You'll have to think whatever you do, just have to hit. No matter when. Come on, Bruce, be our hero. Happy yourself in chocolate glory.
My God! No more! Not no more!
Come on, Bruce, do it!
Quiet!
Thank you very much. And we have the drama teacher with us now. If not, so we'll go on to the next item, and thank you very much to the cast from Hilton High School of Matilda the Musical. Points of celebration, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. Today, we begin with points of celebration as the March Student of the Month. Our character education program was formed to support parents' efforts to develop good character in their children. Tonight, we're celebrating the character ed students for the month of March. March's character trait was self-control. Self-control is defined as the ability to have control over your feelings or actions oneself. In particular, one's emotions and desires or the expression of them and one's behavior, especially in difficult situations. March Student of the Month for North of the Broad is Khristopher Ford, fourth grade student at Mossy Oaks Elementary School. Khristopher was nominated because he has modeled exceptional self-control during a time of constant change. Khristopher arrived at Mossy Oaks Elementary School last year as a third grade student in the elementary special education classroom. Mrs. Holt, Khristopher's classroom teacher, shared that Khristopher has made such great strides since he started with us last year. He's been able to control himself, even when the work may be too hard for him. In this time of COVID, when things are constantly changing, Chris has taken it all in stride. He displays self-control in handling everything as new and fun, also helping others both in feeling welcome to Mossy Oaks Elementary School and being an example of how the rules and Essential 12 are done at our school. This lets us know how much Chris has matured in such a short time span. I'm so very proud of his constant ability to be in control and in staying focused and staying on task with everything he's asked to do. For South of the Broad, the March Student of the Month is Luke Lowry, a first grader at Pritchardville Elementary School. Luke's teacher, Mrs. Robbins, shared that she has observed tremendous growth in Luke, especially in the area of self-control. Like many students, Luke struggled with virtual format of learning. However, since returning to school, she witnessed how hard his first grader has worked to catch up on completing assignments and to remain focused throughout the day. Mrs. Robbins is most proud of how his focus and commitment to learning have manifested in his current reading levels. In addition to his academic progress, he works to maintain a positive attitude every day. He is a leader who steps forward to help in our classroom setting every day. He practices patience and has worked hard to move from interrupting when he has something to share to instead waiting patiently, raising his hand and when he's asked a question. Ms. Robbins shared that she couldn't be prouder of the young person he is becoming. When he's upset or feeling emotional, he will self-advocate, express his emotions, and work on a solution. She is so proud of his growth this year and excited to celebrate his achievement. Congratulations, Khristopher and Luke. The next point of celebration is Hilton Head High School Palmetto Dramatic Association and SC International Thespian Society 2021 Awards. Earlier this spring, the Seahawks Stage Company competed in the statewide Palmetto Drama Association 1 and the South Carolina International Thespian Society Thespian competition. We have a short video about how the students competed in the virtual competition. And I believe here to tell us about the Seahawks Stage Company and the awards is Hilton Head Island High School drama teacher Kimberly Wynn, if she's online at this time.
I will say it's dress rehearsals for Matilda tonight.
So she's probably not, she's busy.
WBRF, Lighthouse of the Air, and our sponsors present a story of suspense and mystery.
Shining brightly in the spotlight, the Seahawks Stage Company recently won several awards in a statewide competition for their performance of The 39 Steps, a live radio play. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the students had to get creative on stage when they recorded their performance.
One of the challenges, of course, was getting used to being, 6 feet away from other people and acting while you're sort of stuck in this little area by yourself. And it was hard to get used to all of that.
We had no audience to feed off of. We were just feeding off of each other. So it definitely helped strengthen us as an ensemble and as a Seahawks Stage Company. It really definitely tested our weaknesses and strengths, but we definitely got better.
Overall, the students won 6 awards in the Palmetto Dramatic Association and SC International Thespian Society competition for their performance of the mystery play. The awards were in several different categories, such as set design, costuming, ensemble, and even Foley work for creating their own sound effects.
I like the creativity behind it because there's so many different things you can use for different situations. Like for a fight, we used a pillow on top of a suitcase, which is weird when you think about it, but it actually really worked and it was really fun to do.
The students were also excited to find out their performance received an excellent rating.
I think it stood out because it's a very untraditional play. We were sitting the whole time, and so I definitely think that our acting and our movement as characters in a very static position definitely got across to the judges. They saw that we had the ability to act without moving. We didn't necessarily need our bodies. We had our faces, we had our voices, and that's very impressive.
One student even won an individual award for her musical submission.
I sung Somewhere That's Green from The Little Shop of Horrors, and I submitted that for the solo part of the competition. And I think the judges really, really liked the whole setup. I used a chair as my prop, and I really pretended I was the character. And they really liked the volume and what I did to do that scene.
About 20 schools in South Carolina competed in the competition. At Hilton Head Island High School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
And that concludes WBRF's Playhouse of the Air's presentation of the 39 Steps.
I'm very proud of our students and their success, and I think it's a testament to their teacher and to the work that they do regularly when you think about how they overcame challenges and saw the strengths of what came out of dealing with the pandemic and turning it upside down into a positive experience for themselves. So really proud of them. The next piece, yes, thank you. The next piece is Red Cedar Guinness World Record. We talked about it at the last meeting. And so earlier this month, Red Cedar Elementary successfully set a Guinness World Record for consecutive cereal boxes knocked over domino style, knocking over 3,730 cereal boxes in the school's gymnasium, breaking the previous world record of 3,416 that was set in 2017. And here's a quick video to share the experience.
1, 2, 3.
Toppling a world record. Red Cedar Elementary School has set the Guinness World Record for most cereal boxes toppled in a domino fashion. The previous world record was 3,416 boxes. Red Cedar set up more than 6,000 boxes, and even though they didn't all topple down, the school still beat the old record by more than 200 boxes.
It's great. I wish the rest of them would have gone down, but that's asking an awful lot to make every one of those turns, make everything just be perfect. That's really tough, but this was fantastic. Lots of excitement about it, lots of enthusiasm. We're as happy as we could be.
Students were able to watch the event from a live stream in their classrooms and were excited to find out they set the record, knocking down 3,730 boxes.
Honestly, our class was so elated. We were cheering. I mean, we probably could have shook the whole building down because we were so excited. Oh gosh, my heart dropped when it kept on going around the turn. Every single one, it was just there really aren't many words to describe how happy I felt once we broke the world record, especially because all the class was elated and it was very, very exciting.
Students donated the boxes of cereal to use, and some classes even reached out to local businesses for more boxes.
Some kindergartners wrote persuasive essays to Publix and to Walmart to get them to donate cereal, and they did.
The boxes of cereal will now be donated to Bluffton Self-Help, and a short story or handwritten note by a student will be attached to every cereal box.
We estimate it's about 32 to 40,000 meals right here that these kids are providing back to our community. It's really incredible, very meaningful, and just spectacular to be a part of this whole process. My story was about a cereal box that went through came through donating to this school to being set up and toppling down. I like doing this kind of thing where it's in the point of view of an object. 2 independent witnesses from the community were on hand to verify the record. They counted all the boxes and watched as they were being set up and toppling down. At Red Cedar Elementary School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
I have to tell you that being there at that moment was quite funny to watch everybody's reaction in the room as the boxes would approach a turn, and then everybody just held their breath, and when it made the turn and successfully kept on going, everybody was like, so it was quite some fun, and you can see never miss an opportunity for an educational experience, right? And so they turned that into writing assignments for kids. But in addition, at the end of the day, more than 6,000 boxes of cereal went to Bluffton Self-Help to give back to the community. So it was a wonderful experience. That concludes our points of celebration today.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. We do not have any submissions for the first public comments. So we are now down to the chairman's report on the agenda. And we'll be giving an update on a document that I and Dr. Rodriguez received from the South Carolina School Board Association back in March, which I forwarded on to the board members at that time. And then I also forwarded it again to the members last week when I reached out to Lynn Stokes Murray, our lobbyist. This document is threefold, and it requests officer board nominations, 2021-22 proposed legislative resolutions, and any proposed South Carolina School Board Association constitution changes, and these are due on June 14th. I'm bringing it up tonight because last year we had the assistance of Lynn Stokes Murray for helping us with the wording for new proposals for the legislative resolutions for this legislative session. And we were the only board in the state of the 80 school districts to submit any new legislative proposals, which I think is a very fine reflection on this board. So I'm requesting again, with the help of our lobbyists, that we take a look at it at the current legislative resolutions, and the link to those is given on this document, which you have in the board docs tonight. And Lynn Stokes Murray will be coming to our next board meeting on May 4th, and she said she was very willing to help us. It's important to know that if we would like to amend or offer a new resolution, we need to discuss them as a board and also vote on them as a board. And that's why I'm asking you in advance tonight to take a look at this so we can be prepared when she comes to our next meeting. That concludes my report. Next, we're on to the committee reports, and the first, yes, Mr. Kimball.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can we nominate somebody to be on the South Carolina School Board?
Yes, and the directions are in here as to how you do it. So if anybody is interested in that, it specifically says on this document, like you have to give them nominees qualifications, service on the local board, involvement in community activities, participation in the South Carolina School Board activities too. And we, once again, as a board, we have to give an official endorsement that, you know, we are agreement that this person, we'd like to put forth this person nominate. So yes, and we can add that to an upcoming agenda. Once again, it has to just be done by June 14th. We have to submit it by then. And the person that's nominated has to sign a letter of commitment. So thank you. And the other thing to say too is that if anybody looks at the South Carolina School Board Association Constitution has any amendments, that's also something we can discuss and vote on. All right. Any other questions regarding that? All right, we'll go on to the committee reports, and we have the Ad Hoc Self-Evaluation Committee with Chair Mel Campbell reporting first.
Good afternoon, evening. We met, and as we discussed the last board meeting, we were going to create a survey for instrument to continue to evaluate as we go along during the year from the information that we gathered during the last year-long evaluation. So we have created a monkey survey, and we'd like to make a motion about that, and then we can discuss what it is. But our motion, which is written right on the agenda, we're making a motion to recommend to the board that the board agree to complete the self-evaluation form as presented once a month. That motion is actually in coherence with the policy 3.6, which allows us to do a self-evaluation and do continued evaluation as the year go on. So what we're asking the board to do is participate in this continuation as the year goes on. But our goal is to create some measuring tool of how we are improving as we go along. The survey questions are gathered from the information that we received on the evaluation we did in November. That information pointed out some needs and some needs of improvement, and that's where our focus has been. I don't have those questions right on hand, but many of the questions are highlighted in the 5 questions of the survey. Robin, can you put those 5 questions up, add it up? Okay. I can't see it.
Would you like me to read it?
Yeah.
So the 5 questions on the self-evaluation form would be: 1, the board focused on student achievement; 2, the board meetings were run efficiently; 3, the board handled all conflict internally, externally, openly, constructively, and with transparency; 4, board members modeled behavior commonly accepted for elected officials; and 5, the board agenda focused primarily on the results and operational expectations. And the rating system for each question is 1 through 5. 1, rarely or never; 2, once in a while; 3, half the time; 4, most of the time; and 5, always.
Okay, those questions were gotten directly from our self-evaluation tool. As you recall, we had 92 questions. So these 5 questions kind of highlight the ones that we graded lowest of all. There were the scale was from 1 to 5, but these questions numbered anywhere from less than 3 down to 1.8, I think was the lowest number. But we gathered those questions and kind of grouped them to direct the 5 questions that we could work on as we move forward. And I said work on, we'll issue this survey at the end of board meetings once a month. And it's a continuation form. What I mean by continuation is, as you answer the question, you should be reflecting on what your answer was last time and whether or not your answer is changing or improving any at all. For example, number 1, the board focused on student achievement. Well, if you answer this question tonight, and we're not going to ask you to answer it tonight, but if you answer this question tonight as a 2, because you don't think we've been focusing on the achievement of the students. And next time we meet, next month, we've shown some improvement overall. And when we answer the board, that includes all of the directives that the board has issued and all of the expectations that have come forward to the board. and your answer now is 3, or you did a lot more, then you answer 3. And what we do is we compile these on a quarterly basis and look and see how that particular thing is changing, or if it's not changing. And our goal is to come up with 5 more questions when we have, eradicated the efficiencies there. That's the goal. But I'm ready to entertain questions for those who still don't understand. And I'm sure there could be some people who don't understand what we're doing here.
I guess I'm the only one with a hand up.
Huh?
I guess I'm the only one with a hand up. I do understand. So my question is, so is this, since it's done monthly and we have our business meetings twice monthly, we're really supposed to, and I assume we're just focused on the business meetings of the entire board versus committee meetings. Are we taking those 2 meetings into account?
As you notice, Treasurer and David can chime in. But as you notice, these questions are not all relative to board meetings. It includes board action activities, district-wide activities during the month. And we are, as the caretakers of all of these activities, are to reflect on what's happening. And yeah, it goes back to when you last answered the question, what is your answer today? Yeah, and it's a continuation of answers. Yeah.
Kathy?
Yeah, my question was similar to Dr. Guad's. So like the first one says, the board focused on student achievement. So that, I guess I'm still unclear. So is that for the 2 meetings per month? Like at the conclusion of the second meeting, we're going to answer that just to reflect on those 2 meetings?
Well, let me repeat, Kevin. We're not just talking about meetings, but when you answer that question, you should reflect on what happened over the last month. For the last time you answered the question. I say you answered the question tonight, then next month you want to reflect what occurred. And graduation activities, preparation, incidents at the schools, relevant to student achievement. But your answer is not about board meetings. It's about what happened in terms of the board's caretaking role from the last time you answered the question till today. I mean, if you never focus on student achievement, then that answer is 1 continually. And I'm not saying from the meeting standpoint, from the district standpoint, from all the things we do. If we're not focusing on student achievement, then we're answering 1. But if from our overview, you understand that we are focusing on student achievement and our priority is student achievement, then your answer should be pretty high or higher than 1. And it improves because we have been guilty in some people's mind, obviously, because this question wouldn't come up, of not entirely focusing on student achievement. A lot of other things we're focused on, which might directly impact student achievement in many people's mind, but in some people's mind, it's not student achievement we're focused on. So that's the best answer I can give. Maybe Tricia can help me.
Can I follow up with a clarifying question?
Yeah, sure. Follow up.
Okay, I guess what's throwing me off is it says the board, and as acting as individuals, we're not the board. So the only thing that I think that I can measure is things that we've agreed on as a group on this form. So I'm a little,
You're right.
I guess, because we could have all kinds of different interpretations about what's going on, what the district is doing in terms of student achievement based on, presentations we've had from the staff.
Yeah, you couldn't answer that. You couldn't be more perfect than what you're saying in terms of what we want. yes, we don't want you to answer what you're doing with the board, but what the board oversight is and what the district is doing from your viewpoint. And we're all gonna have a viewpoint, and it may not be entirely the same. But that's why we're doing evaluation, so we can compile those viewpoints and come to a conclusion. Are we viewing it as something that is needs to be addressed, or something that has reached a level of efficiency? Our intent is that you answer the question you're looking at. What are we doing? Not as a person, but what are we doing as a board? Every question, yeah, it's just like the 92 questions you answered. You didn't answer what you did. You answered what you thought the board did. That's the same thing here. That clarity or no? We have
Kathy, does that answer your question?
Well, I understand that, I guess, in a way, but I have to think about it, because to me, it still seems like if we're evaluating ourselves as a board, the only time that we really act as a board is when we're all together at a board meeting. Otherwise, we are individuals and we are not acting as a board. So that's my dilemma.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but that's not, I mean, you're not looking at it the way I picture you would be looking at it. When we say the board, in this case, we're not talking about, we're talking about all the things that the board is responsible for having done. What we, as a board, are we stewardship, being good stewards of the people's resources? And your question is, yes, I think we are, or no, I think we're not. But on this matter, are we concentrating on student achievement as a board? And your answer to that question is, do you think we're doing it, or do you not? Not whether you're doing anything or not, whether the board is concentrating on student achievement or not. Everybody should have an opinion on that, because that should be one of our top priorities, student achievement. So are we focused on it enough, not enough, or what? And not from a meeting standpoint, from what we have directed Dr. Rodriguez to do, what the district is doing, what the schools are doing. We're still, we have the overview of all of that. That's our purview. I'm out of wits in terms of trying to clarify it anymore. Somebody with a lot more skills can help me out.
Well, you know what I was going to suggest? Let's skip to David Stripinger. I see his hand is up, and he's also on this committee.
Right.
David?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the same thoughts, Kathy. The board only acts actually at meetings, but the board also sets agendas. The board assigns things, to committees. So we're trying to incorporate all that. And what's missing here, which is what's going to come in the quarterly reviews, is this is an extension of that survey we took. These are the questions. So if we don't improve, then we're going to have to figure out what we need to do. And I think then that's when it gets down to, I think, where your focus is. What can the board do differently in order to raise the score? If you've rated it a 1, well, what is it we should do? What should we do differently as a board? And then I think your focus will resurface then, not what the district does, but what can the board do to raise its score? And so I think that's when that's going to.
I respond to that, David, and try to get an understanding. Let's say next month, next month, graduation, right? Let's say the district they declare when we're going to graduate, the dates, time, et cetera, et cetera. And graduation is a big part of student achievement. Let's say no board member attend any of these student achievement, any of these graduations. that's reflective on whether or not we focus on student achievement. And that's something that you can grade that does not have anything at all to do with the meeting or passing policy or not passing policy. That's an example of how I would reflect on this question. What did we do? Did we show up to a play? Or did we visit the school? Or all the other things that encompasses student achievement other than passing a policy? Just meeting is not, I don't think, the entire focus that, reflective of the focus. Although it is directives, there are other things the board have to assure that's going on other than what we did this meeting. That's my take on that.
All right, we have other members of the
I
council.
think
Mr. Smith.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Mr. Smith's next.
Was he?
Yeah. William?
Yes, ma'am. First, I would like to say I understand exactly where Mr. Campbell is coming from. When it comes to this, I have a clear view, and I guess also we talked about this at that committee, the level committee meeting. But also, I would start off with out of sight, out of mind. And when I look at this question, and number one, it says the board focus on student achievement, then basically, if we're saying that the district is driven by data and by numbers and by results, then we will ask ourselves, and that will keep us self-conscientious to continue to question ourselves: is what we're doing, is it towards the bottom dollar effort, or is it towards the effort of student achievement? So, when I see that question, that question sticks out to me as in, is the board as a whole, are we focusing on student achievement, whether it's at a meeting, whether it's out and about or something that we're at? It's at the end of the day, are we focused on the bottom line? The bottom line is student achievement. We say it, but then sometimes we forget about it. And I know there have been times in the past when I've brought it up, and specifically, and sometimes people say, well, yeah, we're focused on certain things, but student achievement is one of them. So I think that this here is like I said, out of sight, out of mind. This is keeping it fresh and reminding us that student achievement is one thing that we're focused on. And the question is, as a board, are we focused on it? Do we see growth in it in our day-to-day scribe as a district? That's how important. That's how this question sticks out to me in general, not as in one person, but as the board. Are we moving the bottom line, or are we not? That's all I got for you. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my comments are kind of along the same lines as Mr. Smith's. I understand that these monthly questionnaires are in furtherance in keeping these areas in which we were lower ranked at the forefront for us to be cognizant of that. I certainly think there's action that can be taken between now and when we look at, the first quarter grouping of these. And I don't think it's necessarily rocket science. It just requires us to use a lens of being focused on student achievement when we're talking about items of fiscal responsibility. And, of course, the data that's reflective of test scores. I don't have any issue with the other questions that are on here. Certainly there where we scored low, but I think that first one is kind of what is a little bit difficult because it's talking about the board focused on student achievement. So I think if we all keep that lens and also we make sure that there are agenda items that allow us to focus in on that area, then it'll always be something that maintains a priority and hopefully we see improvement on as a board. But that's my only comment.
Ingrid Boatwright. Thank you. See if I have any feedback. Self-evaluations are always a blunt instrument, right? I think what we're talking about is just taking our pulse once a month and where we're at and looking for a trend or getting better. And because we want to focus on student achievement and because this conversation is not focusing on student achievement, I think we can do one of two things. We can make a motion in committee to do more work. And in my opinion, I actually sat in on this committee. I thought they did excellent work. It was a fulsome discussion. So I'm prepared to make a motion if that would be useful.
Go right ahead.
A screen went away. So I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education agree to complete the self-evaluation form as presented once a month.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Smith was the second. So Mr. Smith and Ms. Boatwright, you drop your hands and then put them back up if you'd like to have any further discussion. Mr. Smith? Okay. There being no hands up, the question is called.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Do you have any further reporting or action, Mr. Mel Kimball?
No further action. We hope that we still within the scope of our directory. We'd like further direction. We exhausted our privilege to serve.
Thank you. All right, we're on to the Ad hoc Results Committee, and reporting is by the chair, Kathy Robine.
I really don't have much to report. The committee is working. Mr. Fallon and Dr. Rodriguez are to work together to come up with a proposal of some achievement data or some measure that we may use in place of the current data that's expected in our plan due to the fact that there's a lot of uncertainties about the state testing. So our next meeting is May 5th, and I really, until we have something definitive to present to the board, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Robine. There being no hands up, we'll move on to the Finance Committee as reported by the chair, Dick Dyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were asked to take a look at fiscal autonomy and fiscal authority right now. In your board docs, there are two documents. The one is a list of all the schools, school districts in the state and who has fiscal authority and who does not. The older members of the board have seen this before. The new members probably have not seen this yet. That's some interest, I think. But most importantly, we've asked Mrs. Cartledge to take a look at the background of the Beaufort County Council's authority to approve our budget and when that was enacted and what actions we should do to attain a level of fiscal authority to approve our own budget. So I understand Mr. Vic Halligan is with us tonight. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'd like to start out with a motion because this is the reason we have it like it is due to a county ordinance that was passed in 1968 and revised in 1969. And that is why we are in the fiscal situation we are in. And so I move that the board direct the superintendent to work with legal counsel to draft a proposed Beaufort County ordinance regarding fiscal autonomy. Yeah, okay.
That was.
Pardon me?
Who second? Earl. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Earl Kimball.
So I'd like to then turn it over to Mr. Halligan to give us a briefing about the wonderful study that he submitted along with Ms. Cartledge about the history and how we got to where we are and what's the best way to achieve fiscal autonomy. Mr. Halligan?
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. At the committee meeting, I went through at some length some of the history of the legislation dealing with the Beaufort School District, the board, and the county council. And I will shorten it a great deal right now. Until 1970, Beaufort County had, well, in the late 1960s, Beaufort County still had 2 school districts. It was not consolidated until 1970. However, the county council had been created by statute earlier in the 1960s, and the law provided, a local law applying only to Beaufort County and the Beaufort school districts at that time, said that the county board would gather up the 2 school district budgets, put them together, certify them to the county council. The county council would put that with its own budgets and submit those to the delegation, and the delegation had to approve any tax increase. So the county council was not really in the position of approving your budget. Now, it's a long story going back, but in the 1970s, excuse me, am I breaking up?
No, we can hear you very well.
During the 1970s, there were 3 very important constitutional amendments. The most important is the home rule for counties and cities. The other was the finance section, Article 10 of the Constitution. And Article 11, dealing with the public education system, was also amended. In effect, the county council, the authority of the state to pass a law for any one county was taken away. And so after that, there was a law that said that the school board had to present certain things to county council. That was repealed in 1984. And y'all have operated with the county council very contentiously ever since. And you've submitted your, sometimes you've certified your budget, sometimes you've just submitted them, but the county has operated on the assumption that the county council approved your tax rate. Now, there have been so many law changes since then for school finances. The EFA in 1977, the EIA in 1984, you have the Education Accountability Act, you have the very recent act that deals with your own fiscal management and allows the state to intervene in your district if you don't meet certain standards. Your accounting is dictated by the State Department of Education by rule, just goes on and on. And when you read carefully these laws, in my view, and it's been our opinion, and I've been active there since the early 2000s, and the memo that you see, I think is the one-page one. We've been writing letters for years. I know Mr. Earl Campbell remembers quite a few of them. So in reviewing this with the committee, we decided the best place to start was to draft an ordinance that is explicitly authorized by state law that allows the county council to provide by ordinance the method by which the school board's authority will be exercised. Now, that's a strange statute. It's part of a home rule for counties, but that's really where we're going with this at the beginning, is to have an ordinance. And this motion requests that I work with the superintendent to develop it and then propose it to the county council that will essentially provide that when you certify the budgets, that is establishing your budget and the millage rate that generates the local property tax revenue that's needed for the budget. Now, it will begin with a long recital of the legislative history, the changes that have occurred. Excuse me?
We can hear you fine.
Does somebody have a question?
No, I'll call him.
Then the second. Okay. The second part of it will provide for the terms, the county councils, what they're approving, and really they have a ministerial role, not a substantive role. And then which will provide for the board to control its budget and the timing of its budget. And this will, I think, be a sound ordinance, legally proper. I'm sure it will not be, when you submit it, it'll take a lot of work and discussion to get it passed, but the legal side of it will be sound. And I think the motion from the committee is to the full board to authorize the superintendent to prepare the ordinance, which we'll be working on. Anytime anyone has a question, I'd be glad to respond.
Mr. Mel Campbell. Okay.
Yeah, first of all, the superintendent being placed in charge of this venture, is that a normal strategy? I mean, superintendent is administrator of the school district, but not taxes and.
Legal counsel reports to the superintendent, and this needs to be done by a legal counsel to prepare a legal ordinance. And that's why it's stated that way, so that he can direct Ms. Cartledge and Mr. Halligan to do the work. We don't have a legal counsel that responds to the board unless we want to go out and hire one separately. So that's why the motion is stated that way.
So, authority, that allowing them to have that.
We will approve it, but
right.
Before it goes to county council.
Can I have another question?
Sure.
Essentially, how does this affect the audit?
Maybe Mr. Halligan.
Is that a question for future discussion?
Did you hear that, Mr. Halligan?
I'm not sure that no, I could not understand at all. I mean, I understood part of it.
Go ahead.
I want to know essentially if approved, if we get what we're looking for, how would this affect the audit, his role?
This is a proposal from the district, the superintendent, to the board, and then the board on to county council to adopt this ordinance that will structure the way you present your budget to them and their authority, and it will reflect what I think is their authority under the law, which is almost none. So it is to reinforce your budget control and your control of the tax rate. The same limit, the state limit, there's a state statute that establishes a limit for your property tax rates that applies to you and to the school, to the county. So that's not going to be any different. But it provides an opportunity to to make it happen smoothly. And this is the, first step in you trying to work with the county council to establish your authority over your budget.
I understand all that. My question, but okay, I'll just accept for now.
Next is Ms. Bittridge.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. My question was along the same lines as Mr. Campbell's, but you explained a bit about the process. So does this have to actually go to the voters at all, Mr. Halligan, or what happens once county council sees it? Can you just explain a little bit more about that process?
Well, there's no provision to go to the voters. I mean, they elect you individually as members of the county council and school board, but there is no vote on whether or not you have autonomy. Now, in South Carolina, the local delegations have controlled fiscal authority, and every school district has some type of statute that governs how it is, who has authority and how much authority and so on. The chart that the School Board Association does is a very summary chart that there are many, many different ways this happens. These statutes, there are probably 40 or 50 of them, 40 of them at least, that are all slightly different from each other. An ordinance by county council that recognizes its authority, I think, is the first place you start. Work this out cooperatively. The delegation could also definitely has a role, which could be they could exert themselves, or finally, I mean, the last resort, and we did talk about this in the committee, is some sort of lawsuit. But that's a very difficult way to go. It's costly. Takes time, and my recommendation has always been to try to work this through as the committee is suggesting with this motion.
All right, next is Mr. Stripinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. As you know, we had a little issue with the auditor this year. Will this get us around that problem where the county auditor can set a millage rate that they feel is appropriate as opposed to the millage rate we feel is appropriate? Does this get us around that obstacle?
This is addressing your operating millage rate. And the operating millage rate is what what this ordinance is addressing. It will also address the roles of the treasurer, the county treasurer, and the county auditor. Now, I have talked to Ms. Crosby about the problems with the auditor and Ms. Cartledge, and we're going to try to address that as best we can in this ordinance.
Thank you.
Ms. Boatwright?
Thank you. My question kind of goes into what Mr. Campbell was talking about too. So I'm new on the board, and what I understand is that we have tried to do this before. I saw somewhere that you said you've written many, many letters like this, in addition to which I don't fully understand, but I know that we had a huge issue with the county auditor turning down the county council. I'm not sure how he plays into all this. And then in addition, what's going on right now in Columbia is, less control, right? If you're talking about legislature to school boards, right? There's a lot of support for this very controversial bill about coming in and taking over school boards. So I'm just wondering, are the conditions good right now to try to do this, number one? And number two, are we going to win? Are we going to win this time to make all this effort worthwhile?
Our state system is set up for the the state legislature, acting by law, which means the governor's signature and so on. But the state legislature is in control of the public school system. I mean, that's what Article 11 of the Constitution says. And to exercise that authority, the state legislature directly has created school districts. Counties have no function in the constitutional structure of schools. Public education is not a purpose of counties or of county government. And that's my fundamental reason to say that the county council has no role in establishing your budget and approving your budget, any part of it, whether it's local revenue, state revenue, federal revenue. Every dime you get, for the most part, comes with a set of rules about how you spend it. And the county council cannot affect those. And so county council approval of your budget is just, we have thought for a long time, and we've expressed it in letters, that it's illegal. Excuse me? So it exceeds their authority. And so this ordinance will recognize that. Now, how far? So it is actually very consistent with the the structure of schools as a state function delegated to school districts controlled by state statute. So the issue of the power of the state legislature to say how much authority a local, over an elected body and all that sort of stuff, that's a different question. But it's the state legislature has that constitutional authority to create and give powers to school districts. They do not have the authority to delegate that to counties. And that's really the basis of our whole position here.
Mr. William Smith?
Did I answer the question?
Yeah, like a lawyer. I think you've got a great argument. Kudos, and I think it's a good thing to do. I've seen a lot of really good arguments, though, not be successful. And so what I'm just wondering is, like with the county auditor, let's say we get this ordinance passed and it works out and we get everything we want, and we're still fighting the county auditor over the same issues, right? Or, and I just been wondering why the conditions seem better now. Is this a new strike? But that's too many questions. But that you did answer my question, but I still don't have a sense of if this is the right time to do it, if we'll prevail, because it seems like we've done this before.
Mr. William Smith?
I do agree with what Ms. Boatwright just said, what she just stated. I don't know if this is the time, but I've heard this question asked several times. First off, let me start by this. How many other school boards in the state of South Carolina vote their own do their own budget?
Well, every board does its own budget. Now, that chart that the School Board Association presented to you.
Well, let me give you a little more clarity. My question is this: for what we're asking for tonight, to have full autonomy over the budget, how many other districts in South Carolina have that autonomy? Do you know?
Well, let me be clear. The budget is all of your revenue and all of your expenses. So every board has authority over that full scope. Some counties, the local legislation going way back says that the county council shall determine the tax rate, or the county council shall determine the local funding, the property tax revenue that funds the budget. And so, that chart is a pretty good, so you got your first one is the limited authority. Well, that's sort of a base. You can go up, but you have a millage limit. Well, the problem with that one is you have a state. See, that's not, that says subject to the cap under Act 388. And see, there's a real question about whether these statutory millage have survived.
Excuse me,
Act
all due
388.
respect, you're not really answering my
You get
question.
fiscal authority, the 27 districts.
My
Well,
question
that
is,
last one says physical autonomy, 27 districts. Those all, none of them go to a county council.
okay, thank you. My next question is, how do this affects dealing with the auditor? Because, how does this affect us dealing with the auditor?
Well, the auditor has certain authority by statute dealing with your debt service. The auditor has no authority over no authority over your operating millage for your budget, for your operating budget for operations. Now I say that, but under the old EIA local effort provision, the auditor used to have authority to set the rate for operations at a certain level, but the state legislature has been suspending that for about 10 years. It's still the law, but they suspend it every year in a proviso. So really the auditor has to levy a rate and apply it to each individual tax bill that an elected body establishes, such as you or a county council. The state legislature can also specify a specific millage amount.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me?
But okay, I heard what you said. But to some degree, the auditor still has the autonomy to set the millage rate when it comes to certain things. Is that not correct?
The auditor has certain responsibilities dealing with your debt.
And that's it?
Not operation. Yes, sir.
Therefore, we're even saying that we still can occur the same situation that is what some people are accusing the auditor of doing right now. If it's even his fault, we still can. These things still can occur. Is that not correct? Regardless of whether we have the
you can still have disputes with the auditor. You can still have disputes with the auditor. There's no question.
Okay. And also, I heard someone ask you why deal with the superintendent's staff, and they said because we don't have an attorney. Normally, well, first let me correct that. I believe that the district does have, the board does have attorneys that they use for certain things, and I would think that this would be a time that where the board would need to seek legal counsel. And you're not legal counsel, are you? Are you an attorney?
Yes. I've represented school boards and school districts now for 30 years.
Okay, so are you representing the district today?
Look,
sir, are you representing the district today?
I realize that y'all have done a certain. I'm representing you. I represent the district. I work with Dr. Rodriguez. I work with Ms. Cartledge. I've been working with her on this ordinance since the committee meeting. So, and what I think I do is in the best interest of the board. Now, I'm not sure. I know that I've been retained, and I think y'all have this distinction between representing the district and representing the board. And I think y'all are unique in doing that. But so I think I'm representing the district. Ms. Cartledge might have to straighten that out.
Thank you.
All right. You want to add something?
I was just gonna say.
Into the microphone, please.
I just want to say that the district and the board have a common interest. And that common interest is that we want our children to have all the resources that they need so they get the best education possible. And that should be the county council's interest, the board's interest, and the public's interest, and the district's interest. We need to work together. And we are committed to this.
All right, next is Earl Campbell.
Yes, I don't think this is a bad time. This is the right time. Because if you don't do it now, I don't think you will ever get anything done. Because this district is not under any threat right now being taken over. We got a couple of schools that we need to take care of. But I think we are at the point now where we need to go ahead and do this now and get over it. Because we've been doing this, we've been talking about this for years now. We can't keep going on, keep going on year after year. So I think this is the right time. Thank you.
Since I haven't spoken, I'd also like to make some comments. First of all, I want to thank Vic Halligan and Wendy Cartledge for working on this. I agree with, I don't think the board needs separate representation because our interests are exactly the same as the districts. It's under rare circumstances where we'd be at odds with each other. This is certainly not one of those instances. I agree completely with Mr. O. Campbell. I think this is the right time. It's not going to occur without our efforts. It takes effort to do this. And it's not going to just land in our lap. We have to do something like this. And I think this memorandum that was prepared, and I guess a section of it is from years past, but it's got a great history. And I think Mr. Halligan outlined the history and reading this in advance. I mean, it's very clear. It seems like this is our authority. And it's kind of been muddled in this county where we've sort of, I should say, abdicated our authority in a way to county council. And I assume that this would also prevent county council from changing what the millage rate is that we're requesting for our operating budget. And just as Ms. Cartledge said, I mean, our goal is we want to provide the best public education to our students, and obviously the budget is key in that. I think this is a great time to do it. I think for a number of reasons. One is certainly the auditor is put himself in a difficult spot by a number of things he's done, and that's been reported publicly. All of us on this board are elected by the same constituency that the county council members are elected. We aren't appointed. It'd be one thing if we were an appointed board and they were an elected board, then maybe this wouldn't be appropriate. Also, we've had this, in the recent past, we had the forensic audit with no significant findings. We've had year after year after year, our annual audit that always comes out just fine. I mean, we know the budget, the school district does, and the board members better than anybody else, certainly better than county council, better than the auditor, better than the assessor or treasurer. So I'm definitely think this is needed at this time, and I think it's a great time to do it. Mr. Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To talk about the timing, first, there's a couple of times you need to think about. One, when was this passed? This ordinance, it's in effect, 1968. What was going on in 1968 in Beaufort County? It was integration. This is a legacy of that time. This will never pass a court of law. And it would be a public relations nightmare for a council that tried to fight this. And also about the right time. We have an achievement gap. We've been talking about an achievement gap. We're giving the superintendent the responsibility to overcome that achievement gap. He's going to come to us and he's going to ask for resources. We have to give him the resources, not the county council. We are the ones responsible for providing for our children. This is the time. Now we're going to have some money from federal government for catch up, and that's going to help us catch up. But it's a one-time shot. That is not going to solve our achievement gap. So this is the time to get this straight, because we're going to have to come back in probably 2 years, and the superintendent's going to say, this is what I need. And this is what we got to give him, and not be second guessed by county council who has no clue about achievement gap, about what's involved, the staffing is required. This is the time to do it. We also have reassessment coming up again. And I'll remind you, the last time we had reassessment, we got short of $9 million. So this is the time. 2 more years, we'll be back at the reassessment time. So let's get this done now.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was kind of going to build off of some of what you had said, Madam Chair, and that's 3 main things with regard to the timing. Number 1, this is practically a brand new board. And back when this was all discussed prior, the climate, if you will, was much different. There was a extreme lack of distrust between the school board and the county council. I would like to think that that is mending. We also have passed a referendum for the first time in 11 years, and that speaks tremendously to the public confidence in this board and in this district, which has changed, I think, tremendously in the last few years. And we also have a brand new set of board policies that have a lot more focus on fiscal responsibility. So I think with that coupled and along with everything that everyone else has said, I think this time is right. And I think that pointing those things out to county council as well, and making the public aware of those things is important to get the support behind us in making this move, because it's definitely not one with any ill intentions, as Ms. Cartledge said. It's about the children and educating them and providing them with the best opportunities that we can. So I certainly think it's the right time, and I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you.
All right, there being no further hands up, we'll call for the question.
I have put my hand up.
I believe I already called for the question, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Yes.
The motion carries 10-1. The 1 no is Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Halligan, and thank you, Ms. Cartledge. And Mr. Geyer, do you have anything further from your committee report? No. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll sign out.
Thank you.
I'll leave the meeting.
All right. We're now on the agenda under the superintendent's report. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. Today we have a few short items on the superintendent's report, but we'll begin with fiscal responsibility. And Ms. Crosby will walk us through the transparency report, 100K report, and board monthly budget.
Good evening. As
I will sort of bundle, as I usually do, these areas together. Sometimes the questions go hand in hand among the various reports. One thing I do want to point out, we're bringing forward for the second time $200,000 reports, two $100,000 reports. The board has asked for a consolidated version, and we are continuing to bring that detailed version. So I would like some direction today, if possible, to decide whether to continue bringing those two, or if we may be able to consolidate down to the one-page version. But like I said, the board's we'll be happy to honor whichever choice you desire, and we'll bring that forward for future board meetings. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, no one else has their hand up, so I want to say I really like the consolidated report. I believe, though, it's by board policy or vote, and probably Mr. Strivenger remembers well, to have this detailed report too. Do you remember?
I believe policy is cites, that's a great question. I don't know exact wording of the policy or which one it is. We can certainly look up the OEs. Ms. Cartledge, if you wouldn't mind, pull up the OEs and see if you can find that monthly budget report, OE 5, 6, or 7 is one of them. However, it does state that we will bring forward a report citing any purchases and or contracts over $100,000 or more, $100,000 or more. It doesn't say that you need the individual line item invoice, so it doesn't specify to that level of detail.
All right, Mr. Strivenger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The intent of the motion when it was made was, in fact, to have this detail available for board members that wanted the detail. So I would suggest that we continue to get both reports. The summer report is probably what I'm going to look at, and I won't go to the detail unless I see something in the summary. But the original motion was made so that this level of detail would be available to board members without them having to make a special request for it. So if it's not burdensome, I would suggest we continue to do both.
No further comments?
Just one additional comment. The detail in this report, the detailed version is also available in the transparency report, and that report is on alphabetical order. It actually provides a little more detail with funding sources and a longer description. So, we can continue to bring them all, but it is, we do have the same information in multiple places there, so.
All right, you may proceed.
So this is the $100,000 report. There's the transparency report and the board monthly budget report. So either any questions or comments in that area.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about the purchase of interactive whiteboards for multiple schools. I thought we had completed that installation before. And so can you update me on why we are purchasing more?
Mr. Shohan, would you like to answer that for me?
Yes, this was to complete the final stage of the third stage of the box light installation. These schools were the last that were installed with our previous interactive whiteboard from Promethean. We had to let those products run the course of their lifespan, which was 5 years. That's why we had reserved the money to complete this project in the 8% fund. And we completed it as of the timeline and life cycle of the equipment refresh.
Would this also include the equipment for our additions?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Khristopher. Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, there is an item listed for an additional SRO added at RCEF. Can you speak to that, please?
There was additional state funding this past year for 2 elementary schools. One we placed one north of Broad, one south of Broad, and that was the location due to geographics, multiple reasonings for placement there, as there wasn't one on the campus, as there is at, say, Bluffton Middle and Hilton, or Bluffton L, with the high school and middle school being close by. So that was placement it was offered with state funding this past year. You're welcome.
I have a question about the board monthly budget.
Yes.
So I noticed like the board meeting stipends, we were all budgeted the same amount. And then obviously we used different amounts. And so the percentage used on pretty much everyone is about 70%, but the amounts are all different. So that percentage is based on the revised budget?
Percentage used, I'd have to calculate that really quickly to see if it's based on the original or the revised. What we have done this past month is to do a budget transfer. The board's stipends were nearing to be approaching to be exceeding the budget. And so we identified other areas of savings within the budget, for example, travel and legal services and some technology software or hardware that had not been purchased. So we had a budget transfer to move money into those funds. We do expect, so the budget in the board meeting stipends area is $55,000. And as of today's date, we've spent $51,900. So there was a need, I expect an additional approximately $20,000 remaining to be spent at the pace that, based on historical monthly spendings, it would be about another $5,700 a month for the board meeting stipends. So that equates for 4 more months to be about $20,000 over budget. So we have transferred funds in from savings and travel to cover that expense. So the next year's budget has been held at the same amount, so we may have a similar issue going forward as well.
I just did one of them calculated, it did come out to be, it's based on the revised budget. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Excuse me, so can you, just to go back to what Dr. Wadesky just discussed, so basically we've hired 2 elementary school SROs is what you're saying?
2 SROs are in the extended contracts of one of the town of Bluffton and I don't recall, I believe the sheriff's office. Those are extended contracts and they have been placed at those schools. Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, for clarification, this was during the prior school year, and this came before the board at that time. We spoke about it at that time. That's what was happening.
And at that time, did we decide which schools the SROs will be going to at that time as well?
I believe, I can't recall, but I believe that, I can't recall, Mr. Smith, but I think that I did mention the specific schools that they were going to.
So this money was already budgeted, correct, for these 2 positions? Is what we're saying?
I believe that is the case. I'd have to look into this a little further to understand the budget and the schools that the placement was held at, or that they're placed at. So I would have to get more information to get any further detail with that discussion today.
Thank you. And those SROs are, lastly, those SROs are currently at those schools serving there at this time, at this present time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, when we were talking about the board budget and how you found money and other cost centers to move in to the board meeting budget, that's exactly what I would like us to stop doing. I would like to be able to look at this report and say, holy cow, we're 40% over budget on the board meeting. And, when you move money, it masks that. So I'm not going to make a big deal about it because you've heard me talk about this enough, but this is a classic example of what I think we should not do.
And no further hands are raised. Back up.
Yeah. I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
I was going to ask, wondering, would Mr. Scrivener want to make a motion so that money that's left over would have to be reported to the board, or the money that they subsequently find, would that have to be brought to the board? I mean, because I am aware of that, and I was just wondering if you would want to make a motion to that they would have to let us know.
Well, can I respond to that? So,
I believe Mr. Scrivener was about to respond. I mean, I would kind of like to hear what he said first, and then you. I mean, that would be okay if you have a problem with that.
I'm not interested in making a motion on it tonight, Will. I'm just pointing out, I've said this over and over and over and over, that I don't like to see this. And perhaps when we get to the budget, I could make a motion. But I'm running out of voice.
Well, again, that's just the reason why I was asking. Did you want to make a motion? Because I'm aware, and I've heard that you've stated this several times. That's all. Thank you.
And I would just like to point out that, the board's budget, the grand total here is almost $500,000, and thus far, year to date, we've used about $240,000. So, yeah, if there's a way to better allocate it, I know we try to do that every year. Obviously, we didn't know about the pandemic in advance of allocating for this year. And so that has obviously had a big influence because many of us have not used our travel budget. And since we've been Zooming meetings, obviously the stipends for the meetings has increased. So that's, it's in a way, it's a circumstance beyond our control. I certainly understand Mr. Scrivener's remarks that, we would, like to have this as accurate as possible. And I guess, not an accountant and a CFO, but it's one you can say pot of money for the board as a whole. It's not like we're taking it from HR to pay for our meetings, or we're, so I guess, I understand exactly where Mr. Scrivener is going, but at the same time too, it's an estimate. That's what a budget is. And I know Ms. Kirschenberry has told me in the past too, and Ms. Crosby, I don't want to misspeak, but you can't have minus balances. That's not allowed, or that's not the usual practice. And like I just said, these meeting stipends, there was no way to know about that in advance. Would you like to respond?
Sure. We have transitioned with some staff in our department, and really with a focus, instituted a focus on budgeting and monitoring the budget more frequently, more, in many ways, and down to the granular level. One of the important things that we put into place, in particular lately, is to make sure that we have a budget before we spend in an area before we spend in that area. And so we always try to make sure that we have those funds available before we spend. If we're exceeding money in budget of a certain department, I want to cut back spending in other areas so that I can save and offset anything that may be exceeding. I may have spent too much in legal this month, so I need to save in supplies and other months. So we do budget transfers in an effort to move money away from areas that we may not be spending or we're saving, and we're going to cover ideally as future costs, not costs that have already incurred, such as these. So it is a concerted effort that we are making regular budget transfers to make sure that we're not overspending the entire finance department budget or the entire human resources budget. So we do have resources within to cover those. So it is an effort that we are intentionally making. We can certainly not do that in the board's budget, but we have to caution to make sure that, we don't overspend in certain non-salary or other areas in order to offset what we know is going to be a negative in this particular area. So it's just a different philosophy. There's no accounting rule or governmental accounting standard that says we can't do it the way we've done or the way we've done in the past, that we could allow overspending in one area just to see what kind of negative status we're in. But we can certainly revert back and have no budget transfers throughout the year in the board's budget and allow you to see it just raw data as is with no budget transfers. So we can certainly do that.
Ms. Pritchard, I don't think you've spoken.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. Ms. Crosby, I know that we have spoken about this, as Mr. Sturbinger mentioned, and it is my recollection that at one point there was an additional column that was in this reporting that had the percent used based on the original allocation. I'm not concerned about the transfer of budget to ensure that there is money there when needed, but I remember that we had the conversation and I thought you were reporting it out that the percent used based on the original allocation so that we could see where it was over 100%, and then that would inform the decisions for next year's budget making. So I don't have a problem with the transference of budgets. It's the reporting out of it so that we're never informed what the accurate one is. Am I correct?
I do recall that, and I'd have to look back. This month I ran this report, and Robin requested, due to some technical difficulties, for me to run. I may have run it a little differently than her, I'm not sure, but there is usually an option for comparing to the original or revised budgets. And if there isn't, we can easily export it to an Excel spreadsheet and put in both of those columns of information.
Right, and I just recall that I believe you were getting that report for a couple of months where it showed it against the original. So if you could look into it, I think that would inform the budget process for next year. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In discussing the topic of transfers of money, I was just going to point to our new policy OE10 number 3, which does speak to the transfer of money, but it does have a threshold of 50,000, so that wouldn't necessarily apply in this case. And it also speaks about transfers of monies between functions. I know we don't necessarily have the interpretation of what our superintendent may think that means. So as we think about that in the future, I would just point all board members to that OE so that if it needs any modification or changes, that we focus there first. Thank you.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that if you look at the printing and, printing and binding, no money was transferred into that account, and we expended $323 more than was in that account. So therefore, the available budget is reflected as negative, and the percent used is over 100%. So it seems to me what Mr. Sturbinger is asking for, we did in that one column, but not in the other.
I can concur with what Tricia said too, is I just think it would be better if I think it would just make it so much easier to estimate what's needed for next year if we have the percent used of the original budget. But there are no further hands up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the superintendent's report is a short COVID update tonight. In the current 2-week active window, positive cases for students were 15, 1 staff member. Quarantined during the 2-week active window were 200 students and 13 staff members. Update on performing arts. Dr. Stratos, would you come up, please?
Good evening, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight some of the great work that has been happening here in our schools, in our school district, and through our teachers. Since March 16, 2019, and the subject of COVID-19, our fine and performing arts teachers have provided virtual and in-person instruction. Teachers and school leaders have been creative at ensuring students continue to receive instruction in their respective arts areas, with instruction that is aligned to our state standards. Under the work of Mrs. Carmen Dillard, her guidance and support as well, and provision of materials in collaboration with our teachers, we have been able to start a repository of Google documents or lesson plans that are being able to be shared throughout the district. During the pandemic, Beaufort County's teachers have been ahead of many school districts within the state and nationally at their provision of learning experiences for their students. In November of 2020, the first of 2 health and welfare protocols were established. Since then, instructional services personnel worked with district and school and with Dr. Bradley to put in place health and welfare protocols in order to have our students have the opportunity to perform as you witnessed this evening. A summary of criteria is as follows. Ensure that the performance venues has been thoroughly cleaned and sanitized prior to the event. When possible, conduct practices, performances, or presentations outside, such as a stadium, outdoor theater, sports field, or open area. Whenever possible, schools are to use pre-recorded video or simulations, live streaming rather than in-person performances. For indoor and outdoor performances, schools have established social distancing expectations that permit students and audiences to maintain as close as possible the artistic experience. To that end, temperature checks of all students involved in the performances are conducted, and precautionary practices have been put in place to assist with determining false negative temperature readings. To add, for indoor performances, a large space such as an auditorium, multi-purpose room, or cafeteria is a preferred area of performance, and the following practices have been put into place as well. Entrance doors are propped open to prevent touching of door handles. Signage displays regarding wearing of masks and social distance requirements are required to be apparent in performance areas and in the hallways. Maximum capacity of 67% or less. Additional custodian services are recommended to be provided in the area of wiping of surface areas and cleaning of bathroom facilities. Have in place multiple sanitation stations, especially for persons entering and or exiting space. Masks are required for guests upon entrance and throughout the program. Whenever possible, include an announcement prior to the performance and at the end of the performance, as well as in intermissions if applicable, reminding those participating that they are in a Beaufort County School District facilities, masks are required. When not performing, students are required to appropriately wear a mask and maintain appropriate social distancing, including backstage, before or after the events. Students playing a wind instrument that requires cleaning of accumulated saliva have access to an individual disposable container. There is no sharing of any items. Frequently touched objects and equipment are cleaned and disinfected. Given the challenges faced in the heart of the pandemic, students are still able to participate in performances and produce artistic products. I would like to take a few moments to highlight some of this year's events. November 2020, Hilton Head High School, National Honor Society. One of the inductees, young lady, actually created a book that was highlighted that evening. Not to overlook tonight's performance by Hilton Head Island High School and a performance in recognition by the Thespian Society. December 20, Bluffton High School, and this one is a little out of the box. I want to make note. Holiday Dance, Dance In. 2 short dance performances were held in the school parking lot. Audience members arrived and remained in their cars for the duration of the performance. Cars were parked according to the directions by a parking attendant. The number of audience members was limited to remain within safety protocol. Dancers also wore masks and were spaced appropriately apart. River of Words, initial kickoff, virtual PD workshop for teachers was conducted in December of 2020. At this training, virtual and pre-recorded content lessons for teachers to use during instruction was provided. We have partnered in this initiative with the Arts Center of the Coastal Carolina and Port Royal Sound Foundation Zoo. They participated in developing lessons as well as the PD for our teachers. February 2021, all-day teacher workday, 2 sessions were conducted with artists in residence through the Kennedy Center of the Arts. The highlighted artist was Baba Bonamik, who conducted training in using arts infusion to teach the writing process through autobiographical rhymes and hip-hops. Teachers were provided the opportunity to engage at learning the BAR's writing process, which consists of pre-writing, drafting, revising, editing, publishing. Ron Lowe's has produced a video that is also available on our district channel. Coos Elementary conducted a winter virtual performance, and March was Music in Our Schools Month. Beaufort Middle School hosted our first in-person concert since last March of 2019 and provided concert programs and Zoom links for out-of-town guests to partake in the concert. And most recently, 2021, brought the close of the River of Words project, where approximately 500 poetry and visual art submissions created by our Beaufort County School District students for the upcoming 2021 publication were reviewed and judged. This is the 10th anniversary of the publication, and the book release is scheduled for May of this year. Again, the partnerships included the Arts Center of the Coastal Carolinas, Port Royal Sound Foundation Maritime Center, Pat Conroy Literacy Center, Coastal Discovery Museum. To continue this year, 2020-2021 annual partnership with the Arts Center for Coastal Carolina and Kennedy Performing Arts Center Partnership in Education continued with the focus that included supporting schools with virtual learning resources, telling our story to document our partnership and advocate for the fine arts through Ron Lowe's videos, developing a communication platform once again for sharing of digital lessons. This year, we've also had an adaptive arts program grant for students with disabilities at Hilton Head and Bluffton schools. This was coordinated by Dr. Juliet White and Alma Adams. Virtual programs were developed using a combination of live, Zoom, and pre-recorded lessons. All materials are provided and supply kits were dropped off at each school site for the students to be able to engage. Finally, virtual field trips for schools were offered that highlighted Kevin Locke, Native American Hoop of Life, Pete the Cat, Center for Puppetry Arts, American heroes such as Tubman and Douglas, the Terminus Modern Ballet Theater, and the Atlanta Dance Troupe. I want to thank you for each of you as I've had the opportunity to share the work of our performing arts and fine arts teachers. They have and continue to be at the core of the creativity of our students. Additionally, I want to acknowledge Carmen Dillard for her work this year with our teachers and the arts. This May, she's retiring, and I want to share my appreciation of her work and dedication to our schools and our students, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stratos, and I want to add one more item. I'm not sure if you covered it or not because you ran through a litany of performing arts components, but I believe May River has a performance coming up soon, Into the Woods.
Yes.
That's also going to take place. And so the next item on the yes.
We have a question, Ms. Fidrich. Thank you. Dr. Stratos, thank you for that report. Our teachers and staff have worked very, very hard to keep performing arts viable during this pandemic. So thank you. But my question actually goes to Dr. Rodriguez is for the first part, because we moved on rather quickly. COVID-19 update. So Dr. Rodriguez, can you just talk a little bit about where we stand with masks?
Well,
I'm not sure what CDC is saying right now, what Superintendent Molly Spearman is saying. So could you just talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, I sure can. And by the way, I appreciate the question because I anticipate that is the kind of question we're going to be getting quite frequently from parents in the weeks to come. Given that the county council did not extend the mask mandate, the town of Bluffton did not extend the mask mandate, and that it looks like the city of Beaufort and Port Royal will be picking it up again, or I think April 30th coming up. And I'm not quite sure what the town of Hilton Head is doing at the moment. But there is a State Board of Education policy, that addresses the requirement of masks in school buildings. And so at the moment, we're still governed by that also. As well as it is a recommendation from DHEC and CDC. And so to answer the question, we still have mask requirements in our buildings. And we are governed by a State Board of Education, a State Board of Ed policy that was recommended to them by the State Department of Education, right? And so that, I believe, is certainly in effect through the school year, unless they change it in the weeks ahead, right? But for the moment, it's in effect.
Mr. Smith?
I was going to say thanks for the updates in reference to the arts, because arts are very important. And I'd like to, most importantly, thank I would like to thank Dr. Rodriguez and his staff for all that they've been doing, because I know this has been a very hard time to make arts possible. And I know I do have a cousin who just graduated from college, from arts, who graduated on an art scholarship. And because of arts, now he will be doing arts professional. And he's also a Beaufort County student, born and raised right here in Beaufort County. Because of the arts, he will be able to move on to another venture of his life because of the arts, as well as the one and only Candace Glover, who has put Beaufort County on the map as well when it comes to the arts, as with her singing gift. So I would like to thank you for that report, because the arts are very important, and I know that there from time to time I did used to go to some of these shows that has been exemplified today. So kudos to the arts departments, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, thank you. That report, as you know, was based on your request for that information. But in addition, I want to thank you for the accolades about it. But to be honest with you, like you, I direct those accolades to our teachers and to our staff here in the district. And just the work that they've done to support trying to maintain semblance of performing arts for our students. But it goes back to the teacher in the classrooms and the work they do with kids and how they ultimately pull it off and make it successful. So the kids are doing a fantastic job. You could see, I was excited to see that video today and watch the way that kids were talking about their experience.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Thank you.
Is there a plan, part of a plan to get the audiences back live for some of these performances?
There is in the plan or provision that schools are provided, they do have that under limited capacity, limited seating capacity. Yeah.
They have been operating with live audiences.
That update to the schools went out from Dr. Bradley actually about three weeks ago.
Okay.
He prepared it, it has gone out at a 67% capacity, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add very quickly that although this is a conversation about the arts, I think it shouldn't be lost on us that our site-based athletic directors and our district athletic director, particularly Mr. Carlos Cave, has done a tremendous job in positioning our young people to be competitive in athletics as well. Our athletic teams district-wide have done incredibly well. We've had students to earn scholarships on the strength of their performances this year. And if you think back to just 8-9 months ago, we had no idea that we'd be able to actually participate in athletics this year. So I just wanted to take a moment to publicly acknowledge the work that our athletic directors have been doing to make sure that our students are safe and to also still position them to be active participants in an array of school-wide activities.
And with all due respect, Dr. Bradley, that's not on the agenda, so that will not be a board discussion tonight. Ms. O'Brien.
Which it's an excellent point though, because I wanted to thank Dr. Stratos. We talked about wearing masks during vocal performances, and that they've come to the conclusion that the actors can sing maskless, which is huge. They will wear it off stage, backstage, etc. But when they're on stage and they're socially distant and they're in an open enough space, they'll be allowed to sing because it's very difficult to sing with a mask. And I think that speaks to the fact that the district is planting a flag and saying that athletics and the arts are equally important, which I think is not always the case, and that's huge for me. And I would like to invite Mr. Mel Campbell to accompany me to Hilton Head High's performance of Matilda this weekend. I'll get you a ticket. Find a space in the audience. Come on down. All right. He's quiet. It's going to be great. Hi, Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that presentation, and I am very excited. I've been watching some of the videos that have been coming out from the district, and I really appreciate the videos that are showing the public how we're staying engaged in the performing arts throughout the pandemic. I am going to take it back to the COVID topic, if I may. Can you provide us with a copy of the directive from the South Carolina's Board of Education or whatever it is? Can you?
I have it right here. What I will do is email to you the copy it's a link. So you'll click on the link, okay? And you can get it that way, or I can have Molly copy it for all of you, whatever you wish.
Yeah, that'd be great. I hadn't recalled that there was a specific statewide directive to the district, so I want to make sure I see the language and I'm able to speak to
Yes.
level of knowledge. Thank you.
If there are no other questions on, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gatter?
This has to do with the COVID report. I'm getting an awful lot of questions from constituents about graduation and the number of people that each graduate will be able to invite to the ceremony. That I'm getting all the time.
So we have provided guidance to our schools, and our schools by now, I believe, have communicated that information out. But to make it very clear, anybody might be listening today, the guidance we gave our schools was each graduate would have 6 tickets. But by the way, when you look at what many other school districts are doing, they're doing 4 or less. So we believe we can do 6, and I believe that our schools, and Dr. Bradley will follow up with our high schools tomorrow morning to make sure that in fact has been communicated.
All right, thank you, Dr. Stratos. There's not going to be any further questions.
Dr. Stratos, please stand by, because the last item on the superintendent's report tonight I was prepared as requested. I believe Mr. Mel Campbell requested an update on the grant writer at the agenda setting meeting, or someone did. I'm sorry if it was you. But I was prepared to provide you with an update today, which was just with limited information that we had on what we had done. But in fact, I have some amazing news to share with you, and I'm going to let Dr. Stratos carry you through this because she and her team worked extremely hard on this. And I think that we received today some very wonderful news, and I want her to share with you.
So thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, once again, board members, and I'll slow my pace down. My energy really was about the second segment, not disrespect to the arts, because I am very much a supporter of the arts. But let me turn the page over to the grant writing and grants that are associated with us right now here in Beaufort County. During winter 2019, Beaufort County School District conducted a request for grant writers. The firm Research Associates was selected. They are a national premier grants development firm with over 36 years of proven experience and an 80% success rate. Research Associates has assisted nonprofits, school districts, foundations, agencies, and universities secure and implement over $650 million in grant funding to support over 280 large projects. Due to work of Research Associates in spring of 2020, Beaufort County School District submitted a Magnet Schools Assistance Program request for funding for the U.S. Department of Education. We were a finalist for consideration, and this grant targets the development of technology and medical programs. However, as of this late afternoon, 2:49 to be exact, Beaufort County is now a grant recipient of a 5-year federal MSAP grant for a total of $2.8 million. 2 school feeder programs north of the board will be impacted. We have the Beaufort Cluster, Mossy Oaks Elementary, Ladies Island Middle, Beaufort Middle, and Beaufort High School. We as well have the Whale Branch Cluster of Whale Branch Elementary, Whale Branch Middle, and Whale Branch Early College. The Beaufort County Magnet Schools Assistance Program is named Med Tech 7, as it is an evidence-based whole school STEAM Arts Integrated Magnet Program grant proposal. Primary goals are to employ recruitment and selection methods that stimulate socioeconomic integration and reduce minority group isolation, increase academic success through an educationally challenging and diverse learning environment that inspires all students to achieve their potential. Third goal is to provide high-quality professional learning that empowers educators to excel in practice and innovative integration of magnet themes. I have to share that our grant was read by 4 readers. We had 2 perfect scores. I have to put the kudos out, it was rather impressive. I want to share that there are 5 goals that tie into all of this. Number 1, I shared with you the employment recruitment and selection methods. Number 2, academic achievement. Our goal is to push STEAM on the integration of from K through 12 for our students at these feeder programs. The medical magnet theme is to implement an evidence-based whole school STEAM arts integrated program and specialized academics of pre-med and biomedical science for the Beaufort K-12 cluster. The technology magnet theme will implement an evidence-based whole school STEAM arts integrated program with specialized academics in cybersecurity, computer science, and network engineering for the Whale Branch K-12 cluster. Professional development is our 5th growth targeted area, and that is to provide high-quality professional learning that empowers educators to excel in practice and innovative integration of magnet themes. I have to share the commonality in both the clusters is the increase of arts, and then we set one side to the sciences of technology, one into the medical world. Research Associates provides turnkey grant development services, including developing the grant narrative and working with the leadership's teams to develop a program-driven budget and application attachment forms. The same process was utilized with our Magnet Schools Assistance Program grant. Work with Research Associates is based on a fee-based model, and non-awarded grant submittals through them allows for a second submittal should there be funding allocated. But grant writing has not only been dependent upon outsourcing membership. I need you to understand that within instructional services, individuals as Karen Gilbert has worked with some of our partners that we have actually put forward a grant for the Department of Defense Educational Activity, DODEA. That grant targets actually cybersecurity, but the base of that grant is the increased content knowledge of our teachers in science and math for our students who attend schools, with at least a 10% of students whose families are touched by the military. So I'd like to share with those schools, and well, we're holding September 2021 is the release of that. Funding has been allocated, so we're holding for that. And the targeted schools there are Beaufort Elementary, Beaufort Middle, Broad River Elementary, Coosa Elementary, Ladies Island Elementary, Ladies Island Middle, Port Royal Elementary, and Pritchardville. Additionally, ISD personnel have written grants in partnership with the Citadel to assist at building teachers' instructional models at meeting the needs of multilingual students, as well as with the development of a master's in literacy. I'd like to point out two additional items. One is a grant that Melissa Murray, our Director of K-12 Literacy, wrote for a summer reading camp partnership, where we have received $48,000 for books from the Community Book Drop Extravaganza. We partnered with the Beaufort County Library and United Way of the Low Country. Oh. Did I mess up on a number?
I think Dr. Stratos, you might have talked about by a year, but the MSAP grant over a 5-year period.
Yes.
What is it, Dr. Stratos?
12.8 million. Okay, excited. I'll have to share it. It is about 1.8 to 2 million per year.
I caught it.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I love to make the numbers, but okay. So I want to also share that Ashley Hutchinson, our Director of Early Childhood, received funding, and I have to put forward that this is extra kudos, funding from the Community Foundation of the Low Country for supplying an effort to address changes to learning due to COVID-19. Thank you. So now the work begins. Any questions? Mr. Middleton?
I just have a comment. Dr. Stratos, you and your team are amazing. And this is how we close the team.
We're working it, ma'am. Thank you.
I've done a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
Thank you personally. And I know everyone.
Appreciate it, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to sing you and your staff's praises. I'm not gonna actually sing. But I did just want to say, I know that this was something that was enacted only maybe a year ago. We started with the grant writer, and to have such an amazing outcome that is going to bring such awesome opportunities to these students. Just huge kudos to you all, and thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Stripinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is kind of simple. We expend a certain amount of writers, and I assume that we have received a bit more than we have spent. So from a financial point of view, this was a wise investment. Is that the bottom line on this?
Sir, in the vernacular of my ancestors is what we would call a tapiku. And if I could explain to you, that's when you play dominoes and you block every corner and you can't make a move. This was a very good investment.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
David stole my thunder. I was going to say, we had a contentious vote to get the grant approved. But certainly it's a start in the right direction, and it's just tells us what's possible and what's out there, that we have to reach out and try to get as many initiatives started where we can gather funds to support our base program. And this is an example of how we can support 12.8 million over 5 years.
Yes, sir.
That's dynamic, and that's a football.
And Mr. Campbell, I'd like to just say I agree with the sentiments that all the board members have made tonight. And in addition, right, some of these programs that we're going to be putting in place are going to require partnerships within our community. And I've already had extended conversations regarding medical programming and regarding cybersecurity component within our community here. So anticipating, hoping, wanting to be ready. And so I think there's a lot of good things that can come of this, and there's a lot of money out there that we need to go find, is your point. So,
Madam Chair, may I just add a comment?
Sure.
I think the result of this is out of the vetting of our finance department, actually for working with research associates. They selected that they are a highly qualified group. Our finance department did a very good job at vetting this group. I have to share this, so thank you for that.
Mr. Williams-Smith?
I was going to say, good job, as well as one of my questions will be to ask. So we have already determined where all this money is going at already that we're getting.
Yes, sir. That was part of the grant proposal to be definitive at our allocation on the budget, as well as the target schools.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was just wondering whether those proposals were final or not. So I guess you can answer my question because I know with the grant, the money has to go exactly where it's allocated for, correct?
Yeah, that would be yes, sir. I brought the grant forward on May 19th of 2020. So the answer is most definite, yes.
And if you could you repeat those schools that money is going towards again, please, for me?
Yes, sir. So our Beaufort High cluster will consist of the schools that predominantly feed into Beaufort High School. That would be Ladies Island Middle, Beaufort Middle, Mossy Oaks, and Beaufort High. Then we have 3 schools on our north end, and those are the 3 schools that are tied to the Whale Branch cluster, from Whale Branch L, Whale Branch Middle, and Whale Branch Early College. I took time this afternoon to give as many of those principals a personal touch and reached out to them. We'll be meeting on the afternoon of the 28th.
I have a quick question. When you said Beaufort High cluster, well, these will be the schools that will feed into Beaufort High School?
Yes, sir.
Because St. Helen Elementary School, as well as Ladies Island Elementary and Beaufort Elementary, those schools feeding to Beaufort High School cluster as well.
Yes, sir. I recognize that we tied into the arts integration into Beaufort Middle. From across the street is Mossy Oaks. And we were targeting other schools on Ladies Island, as Ladies Island L, as well as St. Helena, well, for other grants. St. Helena is being targeted for a grant that we're looking into called Gear Up. Ladies Island Middle, Ladies Island L is being targeted for the grant with the Department of Defense Education Activity Group, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Boatright? Yeah, and I'd like to also thank you on behalf of the medical community, because the job shortage in this area is going to be acute. So I'm very excited about it on all levels. If it's a successful program, which I assume it will be, are we going to be able to replicate it south of the Broad?
So that is one of the items within the requirement for MSAP, Magnet Schools Assistance Programs, is the sustainability and the replication model that was written into the grant. So the creation of the curriculum that will be utilized, that can be shared to our schools as the grant goes through closure. The issue would be then the other funding that would have to happen. That means we have to look at other sources. We have to continue our growth.
I mean, Dick Guy's got the other funding well in hand. What would be the timeline? Because I can imagine that some of my parents, if they hear, oh, we got this great pre-med, they're just like, hey, when are we going to get it in our area? Like, are we talking years down the road for application, or is it something we could get right away?
The replication process isn't even up yet. We first go through a year of planning for this grant. That is how the grant is written. Our goal is to have implementation in September of 2022. And then we go through the process of implementing. It would be hard for the type of staff that we have to implement and create simultaneously. But it is an end result of this grant. It is a requirement that we have to look into replication.
And I suppose worst case scenario, Beaufort High is available for choice, right? If people were motivated for pre-medical, like at the high school level.
That would be one of the goals, as well as they're doing a partnership with USCD. They are one of the partners of that MSAP grant. The answer to that is yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
That concludes the superintendent's report.
So Ms. Crosby is coming forward to give us background on the board business action items, employee bonuses, and employee step increases.
Good evening once again. I would like to start this discussion with a topic, with an update on our tax revenue. So that was one of the important components of really delaying this conversation, was to ensure that we had the proper amount of tax revenue to support the current year's operations. And I have good news this evening. So we have received a March report from the Treasurer's Office, and it shows a very positive outlook. We received actually $53 million in March alone for the current fiscal year, and which brings us to a percentage of collections, or a percentage of revenues versus our budget of 95%, which is very good at this point in the year. So although we are approximately $7 million left, have about $7 million left to receive, we typically, over the last several years, have received anywhere from $5 to $7 million during this portion of the school year. So there is an accounting rule involved in this transaction. We actually collect through the end of August. There's a governmental accounting standard that says that you must accrue back any delinquent taxes that are collected in July and August back to the prior fiscal year for the 60-day period. So 60 days beyond the end of the fiscal year. So we will be collecting in April, May, June, July, and August and I believe, based on what I'm seeing so far, that we will collect, if not all, majority of those funds. So I'm very favorable as I look in comparison to prior years. It does appear that we're on track to meet the $149 million budget for property tax revenues. We won't have the final numbers on that until late September. So it is sometime significantly after fiscal year end and all the reconciliations for the final financial statements are done. But that is great news. The debt service side is looking favorable as well. And I'll be talking about the debt budgets in the upcoming weeks or upcoming board meetings. And so I'll be referring to those tax revenues as well, but they're coming on as expected. And we believe that we'll collect out 100% of the revenues. So in addition to revenues, we have other good news this year, and this was reported out in the Finance Committee this past month, or earlier in the month, that we do expect some savings in our expenditures. And so there are savings in salaries and benefits, substitutes, travel, and energy to be exact. And we believe it could be approximately $6.5 million of savings in the expenditures. So this evening's conversation is about two different compensation, two types of compensation. The totals equate to about $5.8 million. So with $6.5 million of projected savings, we will still have remaining about $700,000 based on these estimates. Now, estimates change on, quite often, but we are being very conservative on these estimates as well, so we could see more. So it appears that things are going as planned, and it allows you now the freedom to make some decisions about some of the things that you've been talking about, board has been talking about in regard to the employee bonuses and STEP. So just to hit a few highlights on the employee bonus, you've seen this document before, the first document, and it does display, the motion was actually made to provide a $1,000 bonus to full-time teachers and staff. So that would include bus drivers and district office staff and school staff all across the board, and in many groups of employees. So I brought back at that time of our last discussion on this topic an idea of a part-time concept as well, with a graduated rate based on information that I received from Jasper County. And so I have provided some information and a projected scenario to include some part-time staff as well, and the numbers of employees that would be affected. So overall, of the potential affected employees would be 2,920 employees for a cost of $3.1 million. These bonuses are subject to Social Security, Medicare tax, and federal and state withholdings. They are not subject to South Carolina retirement withholdings or the match on the budget side for the district. So neither the employee or the employer would have that retirement piece. It is subject to all other taxes. So although we CARES Act funds or ESSER or ARPA, all of those federal funds are not eligible for one-time across-the-board bonuses at an even amount. They must be paid. If you are paying additional compensation to employees, you must document the time, the date, and all the specifics of and pay exactly what was worked over, above, and beyond. That is not this scenario, so it's not eligible to be funded through those funding sources. And so we would need to, although we're working within the budget, we will need to do some budget transfers. So Dr. Wisniewski mentioned earlier that there is a board policy if we make a transfer of $50,000 or more between functions. This will be between just about every function we have. Putting those budgets into every instructional line item, every support line item, and removing it from the places that I mentioned earlier. So we've incorporated language in the motion that covers that, the board approves budget transfers that would be necessary to reallocate those resources within our current budget. So there is language at the bottom of the motion. So the bonuses we have a very tight payroll schedule as we go forward, and I included a schedule for your benefit. So I wanted to make sure I didn't overtax overtax is probably not a good word, overburden a lean payroll staff. So we have a few more payday. We have one more payday this Friday in the month of April. And then there are some there are regular payrolls and some supplemental payrolls going on in that period of time. So what we did was craft a schedule that would fit nicely and allow a consistent, you wouldn't have everything on one payday. And so there would be some there are different calculations for the retroactive step increase and for the bonus and for other academic stipends and localities that will be provided during this time frame. So this schedule meets the best interests of the staff that will be responsible for calculating and keying or importing that information into the financial and payroll software. So the bonus is proposed to be paid on May 14th. One last thing on the employee bonus area. A topic was brought up in the previous meeting about the numbers of days per week and the rates per day. So as an alternative motion, I provided a second one on the second page it's actually page 3 of this document. that for another graduated rate of a part-time work, so a smaller stipend for an amount for 1 day, and another amount for 2, and so on as you get up to the 5 days per week as an alternative. So this one does have a cost of approximately $6,000 more, $4,000 more than the original proposal. So those, I provided motions for both of those options for you this evening. So I'll pause there in case I haven't, I'll hold off on moving on to the step increase and offer any time for questions.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, how confident are we in the projected expenditure dollar amounts here? Only because typically when we've done additional, or motions for additional expenditures, we've added a not to exceed amount. And so I just wanted to see how comfortable we were with these figures.
With the figures of the exact dollar amount?
Right.
So let's see what my motion is. So I don't actually have the dollar amount, the total dollar amount in the motion.
Right.
So this is a ever-changing cost because of employees leaving and coming in. So we capture the information at the time of a particular board meeting. So there may need to be some wiggle room to be able to manage the full cost. So I don't expect it to be, I would say rounding to the nearest 100,000 would probably be satisfactory to manage that.
Okay, and just a comment in that regard, and to the same vein, you mentioned those that are leaving and then also those that are coming in. I know that this was originally intended kind of as a goodwill gesture, if you will, to those staff and teachers that have been working so hard throughout the pandemic. So the new ones that are coming into the system, I think that that may create some animosity. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but and I don't know what that really number looks like of how many new people we would have, but just wanted to make that comment to you.
I would just add, she said to the nearest 100,000, that nearest 100,000 up. No, thank you.
Ms. Goodrich.
Ms. Crosby, tonight is full of lots of good news. So this is fabulous, and I certainly endorse providing our hardworking teachers and staff and employees a bonus. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to pay a one-time bonus to active employees from the general fund operating budget at the following rates. Full-time teachers and other staff, $1,000. Part-time employees working an average of 5 days per week, $1,000. 4 days per week, $800. 3 days per week, $600. 2 days per week, $400. And 1 day per week, $200. Average days per week will be calculated from the time frame from February 20, 2021 to April 16, 2021. The Board of Education approves the budget transfers necessary to fund payment of the bonuses, and the total amount will not exceed $3,200,000.
I second.
So the motion was made by Tricia Fidrich and the second by Angela Middleton. So you made the motion. Tricia, do you want to speak any further about it?
I just think of the two choices, that this one allocates the bonus in a way that might reflect the work that people have put in a little bit better. So I thank you for offering the two options, and I support that one.
All right, Mr. Stripinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, the calculation of average days per week is based on February 20 through April 16th. So that eliminates new hires from getting these bonuses, right?
Yes, sir. So the motion does discuss active employees, and what that would be, that would be representative of the last 2 months of someone's average. They would have to have an average daily or average weekly work period. Had to have worked, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. We do it on a calculation based on the number of hours worked per week and days worked per week. And this would be very specific calculation that would allow us to capture data out of our system and have no room for error or other discretionary decisions. It is a strict calculation of data during a separate time, specific time frame.
So new hires and LE left employees are not going to get this bonus. Is that true?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
So new hires and LEs, left employees, are not going to be receiving this bonus. So if you're not currently employed by the district, you're not going to get this.
That's correct.
Okay, great.
I think just the clarification she was looking for.
Satisfies all my concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Strivenger, I think the clarification Ms. Crosby was looking for was employees who left the system would not be a part of this. And I think that's your question, right? That's part of it.
Yeah, that's one half. The other was the new hires. So
That's right.
Neither one of those groups will be getting this bonus. It'll be people that stuck it out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I ask a question too, in that same vein? That's what I was thinking also, that this is the way you eliminated new hires from getting it that weren't here for the full year. The whole idea is that it's, due to the extra work that had to be or burden on employees based, full coronavirus pandemic. And so I also think it's very good that you can have a set time frame that's already passed. That's important. And I see that it's 8 weeks. I just looked on a calendar. And so it's kind of like a locality supplement that you divide up. You have to still be working for the district to receive it. You can't receive it after if you've left the district for some reason.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Boatwright?
Yeah, that pretty much is my question as well. I guess what I'm worried about is there's been so much confusion because we wanted to offer these bonuses in January and then we got strung out because of all the foolishness. And now we're in April, and I'm just trying to perceive how we define active employees and making sure that there's I can't think of any scenarios, but making sure there aren't scenarios where people feel like they were cheated out of a bonus or they shouldn't have, no one's going to complain about getting a bonus they don't think they should have. Are there any scenarios that we're overlooking in terms of how we define active employees right now?
Well, in my scenario would be that at the time we were running the payroll is when their employees have a code that is indicated or a status code that is active or inactive. And so at the point that we're running the payroll, if they are active, they will receive it. If they have been inactivated for whatever reason, they will not. So it's a simple code inside of our payroll software that would determine that.
So it's binary. You're either active or inactive. What about, for example, I'm just trying to think through if we're going to have a problem. Someone who had to leave for medical reasons, who was working in January, February. Now, are they going to show up as active or inactive?
If they are still on some sort of family medical leave or COVID leave or whatever leave is in place, that there would still be considered an active employee.
Okay.
So we can follow up and make sure, have a discussion in our, in finance department, what type of scenarios might folks fall out of that. We want to make sure that if they are on paid leave or protected leave by some federal act or employment law act, then we want to be sure that they are eligible for that as well.
I just don't want an angry horde of district employees who feel that they didn't get what they thought they were going to get.
Mr. Smith?
This is a good thing for the people who are getting it, but I remember when we first took this vote on how we were going about the method of paying for it. I remember I didn't support that because my mom, once again, told me what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And we had about maybe 35 employees or a couple of employees that we left out due to certain due to certain difficulties or technical differences. So, you know, and which when I was adding it up that night when I was it bothered me so much. It was maybe about $50,000 or something that, or probably even less than that, that we were not giving out. And you know that. With that being said, even for the 1 day 200, I'm still battling with that. And at this time, I mean, even we're gonna give them every week. We just giving them $1,000 stipend or not giving it to them. You know, so you know, I just can't support it, knowing that we're leaving people out by moving forward and continuously to say that we're going to give out this money in the way we've marked it to give it out. If we should give out to one, we should give out to all, and also we should give everyone $1,000. That's my personal perspective. So, I'm battling to support this motion, and I didn't support it. I'll support the last one, so I don't think I'll be supporting this one here. We should do. I mean, to me, it's kind of putting a bitter taste in some of my employees' mouth, and I've heard from some of my constituents about that. Thank you.
I see a correction, I think, to the your motion. I believe the last number should be 3.2 million. It shouldn't have those other digits there, right? Is that what you said, Tricia?
I said 3,200,000.
Yeah. Did you hear that?
Should it be 3.2 million?
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
All right, Ms. Robine?
So I just wanted to clarify, and I was going to ask for the motion to be repeated, and now I see it on the screen. So these people have worked from February 20th of 2020, not 2021, right? Is it? That's how you're going to calculate their time. Okay.
For part-time employees.
For part-time employees. Okay.
Hours worked during that time and average it over the 8-week period. And if we come in with 1 day per week, 2 days per week, 3, they will fall in the various categories.
Okay. So, and just to clarify again, so anybody who, again, my belief about this is a reward for the people that had to go the extra mile and do the extra work during COVID. So anybody who starts tomorrow, you know, they weren't here for the duration, and it doesn't seem to me that it'd be quite fair for them to get the same, for them to get this reward because they haven't been through the endurance test. So this is for the people that are employed as of today, correct?
As of the date of the payroll, May 14th, we will run the payroll and they'll be in an active status at that time.
So anybody who got hired today, which is April 30th, and we're here till May 14th, just that short amount of time, would still get the bonus?
That is accurate. If they're active at the time of the payment, then they would receive it, yes.
Right.
I'm confused.
Do you want to say something more, Kathy?
Well, to me, that just doesn't seem quite right. That's all. You know, I don't know if we'd want to specify that they're employed as of this moment. I don't know how the other board members feel, but to me, it just doesn't seem quite right.
All right, Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now confused because I thought we had said that we were, with this calculation, we were eliminating new hires. But the answer to Kathy's question makes me think that's not true now. So I'd like clarification on that. The other thing is a kind of a simple question. if we have part-time employees who work an average of 5 days a week, how are they not full-time?
I can only think of one example, and I do not know the personnel reasoning for the status of active versus, or part-time versus full-time. So I would have to research particularly employees to determine why they're at that status.
No, you don't need to spend a lot of time on it. It was just a mathematical question that jumped out at me. But we really need to clarify that new hires are not going to be subject to this. This is only for people that stuck it out and went the extra mile.
That seems to be the confusion among the board members. Dr. Rodriguez?
Tommy, would it work if the board set a timeline that said from this date to at least this date, that's who would qualify, or does that complicate matters, or what? Because I think what the board is looking for is they want to acknowledge those that have been here the entire time, or most of that time, and not necessarily provided to somebody who's been here a month within that window, right? So I think that's one of the sticking points they have. I think the other one, they just want to make sure they're taking care of those. So I'm not sure if it would help you if the board gave you the dates rather than the way it's set or not.
Well, I believe that the step increase is offered and has language that includes any employees employed at least by March 1st of the school year. So then or no later than March. So anyone leaving after March 1st would not receive a step increase, I believe. So perhaps there could be language that they would be employed as of a certain date. If we select a beginning date, then that, and put a time frame, we may be paying retroactive payments to folks that have left or much earlier in the year and are no longer active in our system. So it becomes a bit complicated, but I believe that we can work with, if we have employed as of March 1st or some date to that respect, that would eliminate those that started after that date and came in on the end of the school year.
Let's see. I think Dr. Zansky is next.
Thank you. Tanya, in your opinion, do you believe if I added an amendment that states on the last sentence, I believe it is, the second to last sentence, pardon me, active employees and average days per week will be based on the time frame from, and leave those same dates, would solve this issue? Because then it's going to be employees, you're pulling the time frame for the part-time employees as well as the active, you're defining an active employees, as it's not necessarily defined in here. It's defining it to a time frame. And it's also a recent time frame as well.
Can you repeat what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so second to last sentence, you would just add active employees and average days per week will be based on the time frame from, and gives that pocket or that window.
And keep it the same time frame.
Same time frame, yes, ma'am.
So average days per week, active employees and average days per week
will be based on the time frame from. It's definitive in my opinion.
The problem I see with that is that, so this is an 8-week window. And this is that's like 1 quarter. I think it should be, we're getting into the nitty gritty here, but it seems like it really should be based on it, at least, the majority of the school year.
Well, there are, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I definitely understand that. I know that Tanya was talking about active versus inactive in the system. And this would capture those that are currently active and does make an assumption though that they have been with us, throughout 2020. But I think that it kind of, from a procedural and operational standpoint, might solve the problem. I don't know though. So that's why I defer to you.
There is a lot of tutoring in the spring session. So these timeframes would capture that. If we spread it over the rest of the school year, we're going to have much fewer people who qualify for that stipend because they're sporadic. They may come in sporadically at certain times of the year, right before testing or end of year, that sort of thing. So may eliminate it actually for some folks.
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion that's relevant?
Yeah, I have a suggestion too. Go ahead.
I think one thing that I would like to see is a minimum, like that have been active for 90 days or a period of time so that, captures people that are sporadic. Because I'm assuming if you're in and out tutoring, but you don't go active, inactive, active, inactive. So can we say that have been active for a minimum of 90 days or 6 months or however long the board wants to look at it so that you're not getting people that have only been in the district a short period of time, as opposed to dates. And I don't think you make the whole year, maybe 6 months.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
My question is, are we concerned with the full-time employees versus the part-time employees in terms of active versus? And if so, can we just define one of them first, the full-time employees, and what we call active, what we call eligible for the for the stipend of $1,000, and then address the part-time employees, because you brought up another point there, Tanya, that maybe I misheard it. Some part-timers early during the year are very sporadic, and they would qualify because of their number of hours put in, but some of those part-timers, they are putting in enough hours to average a day per week if you go back beyond that time. And also, they were probably as essential during the time of pandemic versus the last 8 weeks. That's another issue. So that's what I'm saying. Perhaps we need to find a lot more specific. Who's going to get this and who is not?
Ms. Middleton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Crosby, I have a question. Where did you get the total number? When was that total number of employees captured? From what date to what date did we get this total number?
It was active employees as of a certain date. When I don't know the exact date that I pulled the data, but it was prior to our first discussion, which was a couple of months ago. So
I think the biggest problem is if we have new employees that have only been here for 30 days, I mean, we don't want to include that. I mean, I'm sorry to leave them out, but definitely want to include those that have been here for duration. So we have to just come up with that time period. Are we going to look at active employees from 220 to 416? Because we're already making that calculation calculating how many days per week they have been working. So are we going to use that time frame to determine who's going to get the stipend?
So two separate things. The full-time staff. If we want to make sure that we're covering those folks who have been employed as of a certain date, and were here before a certain date, then I would recommend having language to the effect of, and were employed as of X date, March 1st, April 1st, whatever that date may be. So we wouldn't put a beginning date on it, but we would put it in end date. that they had to be employed by. They started before this date. As far as the part-time employees go, I was attempting to capture the most recent activity that was being produced by our part-time workers. And so that provided the best amount of information that I had to pull current people who are actively working. And so a brief time frame, resulted in 47 employees who were actively working during that period. So my suggestion would be to put as an as of date on the active full-time employees.
Chair, can I ask one more question?
Yes, go ahead.
So if we do the March 1st cutoff date, will that be in line with the step increase cutoff?
I have inquired, I don't know if Ms. Cartledge or others on the staff might be able to help me determine the step increase and the language with that. I've texted a finance staff member up here trying to capture that information, but I would like to align it with both. So I can certainly try to get that.
I have a good idea, or maybe a good idea. Would we want to postpone this and make a vote on it at our work session, which is in just 2 days, no, 3 days? It just seems like we're on the same page about what we want to do, but the wording is problematic. And I think maybe postponing it to that specific time may be the thing to do. Postpone the motion so we can have the wording align with what our intent is. And same thing maybe for the step increases, actually. What do what's the board's will?
I would second that if that's a motion.
I don't want to make the motion. So can somebody make that motion?
I move that we postpone this vote until our work session on Friday, April 23rd.
Second.
All right, so Kathy made the motion to postpone our decision on this regarding employee bonuses for 3 days, and David Stivinger seconded it. So is there any further? Can everyone put their hand down, because it's very hard to tell where we are now?
My hand's up.
Okay, so.
And mine was up.
Okay, so if you want to now speak about the postponement motion, we'll just go in order. Ms. Boatwright?
Yeah, I am normally very much in favor of postponing and tabling and getting it all together, but I know that people have had this date circled on the calendar for a while of April 16th. And I feel like, I think we can make this decision tonight. This is just my personal thing. I think we can come up with a reasonable approximation and give the teachers who are waiting to hear this on April 16th, because we kind of dragged it out, not our fault. So I wouldn't support postponing it to Friday.
Okay. Mr. Earl Campbell?
Are we talking about employees that was employed in this district in March of last year, up until now?
I don't think so. My understanding is March 1 of this year, from what Ms. Crosby has said. He's confirming over there. Yeah. I think that's the whole confusion. Dr. R.
Okay, I may have a solution. Tanya's gonna have to tell me if I'm off. Okay. If the board can determine what's a set number of work days for active employees that you would like included in this, but then it's a two-step process. So the first thing is, what's a set number of days the board is interested in to make sure that somebody would work to receive the bonus, okay? The second part of the equation is that Tanya would use that 2-week window to calculate the averages. Does that make sense?
No, not part 2. What do you mean that 2 week window?
Tanya, Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I have new information. The employee, in order to be eligible for the step increase, the employee has to have worked 120 days in the fiscal year, in the prior fiscal year, in the prior fiscal year. So for this step.
But wait, now,
All right, so I think
We need to vote on the motion.
yeah, exactly. We only need to voting on postponing. It was Tricia's motion about the employee bonuses to April 23rd or not. So is there so hands down, please. Does anybody want to say anything more about postponing? Ms. Vidrich?
I think we can figure this out tonight. I am totally in line with that, Ms. Boatwright. There are teachers waiting to hear this, and I've actually told people, listen to us tonight, April 20th, we are going to make a decision. I think we can do this.
All right, let's see, Ms. Boatwright, your hands back up.
It is, sorry. Thank you. I think we absolutely can. But also, I just want to clarify, so we're going to vote on this, then we're going, if first, and then if we do go with 100, we'll need an amendment to the other motion and then vote on that motion. All right? Okay, so make sure everyone's aware of the process.
This would have to fail. We need a majority for the postponement to pass.
Right.
Okay? The next is, Mr. Smith.
Oh, if I was invisible. Yeah, I too would definitely think that people already have this money spent. Our teachers have had spring break, so I think that we can make this work tonight.
Support. My comment is, what's the problem? 5 days a week, 4 days a week, 3 days a week, 2 days a week, and 1 day a week. What's the problem? Why can't we just use that?
No, the problem is number of days. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, if you work 5 days a week, you get paid for the whole week, right? If you do not,
But I think
Madam Chair, there's a motion on the floor. Can we dispose of it?
All right, so we'll talk about postponement, or that's the vote right now, and then we can go to yours. All right, so we'll call the question.
Mr. Earl Campbell,
No.
No.
Mr. Mel, okay. I think that's everybody.
Okay, the one, excuse me, the motion. No, go ahead.
Melvin was a no, correct?
All right, so the motion fails, 110. Mr. Stribinger was the one yes. So from what Mr. Earl Campbell just said, his kind of question about goes to the original motion, so let's have that up there. So it seems to me, Earl, at least our discussion, is that the whole question, or the whole issue is we want employees who have worked a certain number of days this school year, i.e. 2020, 2021, to be the ones that receive the bonuses. And I think that's what has to be decided is a full-time employee has to have worked 120 days. That would be what, 4 months? Or I guess it would actually be more than that because
Teacher contract is 190 days.
Okay, so.
So 120 of 190.
That's 2/3. That's about 2/3. Yeah,
And then I guess your part-time employees would be a percentage of that, right? So 4 days would be 80% of that, and, you know, how do you do the rest?
I think
Yeah.
that they would be part-time employees are still, I'm stuck on this active, inactive. All part-time employees are active, right? That's what we're trying to find. So if you wouldn't mind, Madam Chair, can I make an amendment that I think will clarify? I think all we have to do here is define active employees, right? That's what we're trying to do. So if we have an amendment, do you mind if I do that?
No, go ahead.
My hand was up. I think that we can amend the motion, and I would put it probably after, authorize the superintendent to pay a one-time bonus to active employees. The other thing I think we should add is determined active on January 4th, because that's when we kind of made this motion and brought them back. And so 2 criteria, that you were employed on January 4th. I don't know how the board feels about that, and active for 120 days of the school year. Or do you want to drop the January 24th?
It probably won't be enough.
Okay, so what we'll do then is we'll just say, active employees who have been determined to be active 120 days of the 2020-2021 school year, right? And then the rest stays the same from the general fund, blah, blah, blah. So active employees, comma, defined as any employee who has been actively employed for 120 days during the 2020-2021 school year. Does that get it?
We need a second. Okay, Mr. Earl Campbell, second.
Tanya's not seconding. Tanya has reservations.
The wheels are driving.
I'm trying to determine when that 120th day, if they started in the school year, when would they have started? And it will be pretty early in the school year. So you may not capture someone who, let's say halfway through the school year, they started back in January 4th.
We can drop the January 4th. Yeah, just drop January 4th.
Or even so, 120 days is more than half of the school year.
Right.
So they would have had to start early in the school year. If they came in mid-year, they would not be eligible in that scenario.
No, I mean, sorry. We need to be recognized.
We're all trying to jump in.
So I was just gonna say, I mean, you're inevitably gonna get someone in here who's had 119 days. Right? You know, right? So would it be better to say, to turn it upside down, right? And say, say the reverse, right? That would have been employed
what if we
within, right? So you're not looking to apply this to somebody who's been here 30 days, right? You're not looking to apply this to somebody who's been here 60 days, right? What the opposite way?
What if, I have a proposal. What if we say stick with 120 and then have a separate motion where we determine that there will be an arbitration process for people that feel that they do qualify so that they can bring their, whatever to the super, like provide some level of discretion.
No.
Is that a good idea?
Yeah. Sorry.
All right, so let's go on first the,
case by case. I mean, how many people we talked about, like 6?
Ms. Robine, you want to comment about this?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just say, let's go back to our original intent. Our intent was to reward the people that have been with us this whole time. And when we first talked about that, that was on January 4th, correct? So maybe all the employees that were with us and are currently active, that were with us on January 4th and are currently active, maybe that would encapsulate everyone, but that was our intent. Our intent was to, give kudos and some financial bonus to the people that really had to change what they were doing and work harder. And we made that, we first started talking about this on January 4th. So that would be my suggestion.
Mr. Stringer?
Madam Chair, I want to make sure they're still currently active also. So I move that we amend this one-time bonus to currently active employees who have been determined to be active for 120 days. So they have to be active now also. And that eliminates the folks that did 120 and then left. Because that wasn't the original intent. The intent was to reward those folks that stuck it out. I mean, that's why I made the original motion, so.
Mr. Smith? Oh, whoops, we need somebody to second your statement, because you amended the amendment.
Stated, I didn't hear you, Mr. Strivenger.
I would add one-time bonus to currently active employees, blah, 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 blah. Just add currently active in front of employees.
Got it.
That'll take care of my concern.
I thought Ms. Crosby said currently active would apply on the date of the paycheck, i.e.
He's not taking the 120.
The day it was paid, 5/14.
He's leaving in the 120.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't go backwards and pay somebody that left.
Okay.
Okay. David, I thought you said currently active and determined to have worked 120 days, right?
Yep.
Right. So that's part of it. That has to go part of the motion. And then I seconded it, Robin.
All right, Mr. Smith?
I'm still concerned, even though we've changed the motion, that if we're telling people this is how we appreciate them by giving them this hazard bonus pay, however we want to call it, then it concerns me that we're giving some people $200 versus $300, $400 per day. If you worked it, whether you breathed in anything, or whether you put you and your family at risk, whether it's 1 day or 2 days or 4 days or 5 days, you've actually took the initial step to actually step foot in the building or to do something to say that you put me in the game, coach. I want to support the school district. So it can kind of, it's once again still tearing at me that we're still talking about the $200 and $300 and $400 versus give everyone give them $1,000. I mean, that's what we were. That's how we were showing our appreciation of the bonus. I mean,
Yeah, the amendment. Right. We're talking specifically about the amendment, and I believe the second amendment that was sort of combined with the first amendment is currently active employees who have been determined to be active for 120 days during the 2021.
But once we vote on this is it, correct? That's the only part
we're talking about, Mr. Smith.
So, but once we vote on once we vote on that settles everything, correct? So I'm telling people.
Yeah. So and the problem is it's not on the screen the way it should be. We've got the entire thing sort of blended together. And I know part of that, it seems like, is maybe the board docs software, but could we please have just the amended amendment?
So right now we're voting on the amended amendment, and that's it?
Yes.
Okay, that's not.
So do you want me to take everything out after 120 days during 2021 school year?
So David, repeat what your motion was again?
He added currently active employees.
Wanted currently active employees added.
Okay, so why don't we just vote on that? So the amendment, the second amendment was currently active employees.
Probably not unanimous. That's it.
So for clarification, this vote is just to vote on the amendment, not the actual motion.
It's to vote on the second amendment, correct? Which was And David, is that correct, the way Robin has it displayed?
Yes.
Okay, so let's vote on that.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Mr. William Smith, how are you voting? Thank you. Kathy Robine?
Yeah. Wasn't 120 in here? 120 days?
That's the first amendment. That's coming next.
We're voting on the word currently, then we're voting on 120.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so this passes unanimously. Now that we're going to the second amendment, the first amendment. I apologize. And so Robin, can you please go back to your prior motion?
1 minute. So I need to add currently to this one now since this passed, correct?
Correct.
Let's see.
So it would be currently active employees, and then you'd add the rest about 120 days, I think, for the 2021 school calendar. Just put that part. You're not putting the
Adding currently, let's see. So it would be currently active employees.
So I think you want to end it where it says 2021 school year for right now.
Okay, hold on.
All right, is that good, Ingrid? And yep, okay. So any further discussion about this amendment? Mr. Smith?
So once again, this is just another part of the amendment. Amendment to the final motion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Just for clarification, the 120 days is applied for those full-time teachers and other staff, but not necessarily for the part-time employees calculation, correct? Thank you.
Is this ready for voting?
No, because I'm confused.
Okay.
Okay, so now why is this not including the part-time people?
Part-time employees would not have worked 120 days during the school year. They're sporadic during the year.
I see what you're saying.
Most part. There may be one or two that are working that number of days, but it's typically tutoring, after-school programs, that sort of thing is.
And the part-time employees are going to be based on that 8-week period that you already have defined. Okay.
With an average, yes.
Yeah, all right. Voting is open.
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
The motion carries. Excuse me, 10-1, Mr. Smith is the one no. All right, now we need the whole thing up there.
Okay, I have to go back.
Madam Chair, while she's working on that, can I ask a question of clarification?
Go ahead.
I thought that we were doing part-time on 120 days because they're active, whether or not they work 120 days, they're in the system as active for 120 days. And not using a separate calculation, in my opinion, that using a separate calculation might prove problematic. Am I misunderstanding? I don't know how payroll works. I mean, as far as the system units goes.
Well, if a tutor was hired, say in February and was working, February, March, April, they're not going to have worked 120 days during the school year. So this provides an average of folks that have been recently and actively working for the district, not someone who may have left, in the first half of the year or something like that.
But the question I have, so if they're hired, let's say a teacher's hired in February and they're full-time, but they will not have worked 120 days, so they will not get a bonus. But what you're telling me is that a tutor who was part-time that was hired in February would get a bonus.
That's correct.
And I think that's potentially problematic. I mean, again, I think we're talking about a very small number of cases, so I'm not going to make a big stink, but I think we should stick with 120 days active employee. If you were in the system for 120 days, I don't think we should have a special category for part-time. That was my understanding, was that it was sort of, we want people that have been here through the pandemic as opposed to recently hired.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I'm perplexed, concerned about the part-time. How you gonna calculate that without essentially leaving out talking the window that you have there? Person doing 1 day from September to now. A person who's registered probably, right? 1 day from September to now, still be a viable amount of part-time employment. And overall, over the time period, I'm suggesting that if you look at the total pay of the part-time person, we can figure out some way to do justice to someone who's been volunteering, for that long period of time. May not have a tutorial role, but may have another role that's as vital, but certainly have put in hours, over time, wouldn't be registering here part-time. So that's my concern. Now I'm also concerned with book I just said. How do you award part-timers and not part-time full-timers? No.
Mr. Guy, you haven't spoken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This could drive payroll completely crazy because you'd have to look at every single part-time employee to figure out how many days. We've got to simplify it and remove some variables. Otherwise, we're going to drive payroll into the dirt. So let's just figure out a way, give a time frame. Say it's 120 days, and in 120 days, if you work 4 days within that 120-day period, but you see what I'm saying? The number of variables is infinite, and we've got to figure out something simpler.
Perhaps I might suggest to separate the motions of full-time employees versus part-time, and we come back with a proposal, an alternative proposal for the part-time. That way we could get the bulk of the full-time employees paid, and that's the bulk of the work. It's a much smaller subset of people, and we could bring back an alternative proposal, take some suggestions from any board members, maybe think on it a bit. Come back Friday with a proposal for just the part-time group.
Did you say it's only 47 employees? That's yeah, the vast majority are the. All right, so
I have concerns about delaying the conversation further to be able to meet May 14th payroll and the work that leads up to that. So for the bulk of the employees. So if we can move forward with that one, perhaps we can delay. The others are a smaller subset.
okay, so I need some assistance here. So it seems as though we would have to vote this motion down because we've already amended it twice, and that's the limits for Robert's rules. And then we would have to have the new motion with up until just covering the full-time employees, and then that's it. And then you go back to the drawing table. Is that the consensus? That's my interpretation of how Robert's rules would work. We cannot amend it anymore.
I can't withdraw it. Well, also, I think you can't have more than 2 amendments pending on the floor. But I think now that we've disposed of those 2 amendments, we can have another amendment. We just can't have an amendment on the amendment on the, you can only go out 2 things.
But we're still working on the same.
Yeah, but we disposed of, so in other words, if you have an amendment and then I amend your amendment and then someone else wants to come in and amend my amendment to your amendment, that's not allowed. But I think you can have more than 2 amendments to a motion for sure. I mean, I haven't done it, checked.
Do you know who I think?
This is confusing.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Should I go get Robert?
Madam Chair, can I just withdraw the motion and then somebody makes a new motion?
We have to have a majority vote to withdraw.
This probably would be simple. Okay?
So
So I withdraw the motion.
who seconds that? Okay. Mr. Guyer. Mr. withdraws what we have here now. Mr. Guyer seconds it, so let's vote on that.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Guyer, second, withdrawing the motion.
Yes.
So it's open. I didn't type it all to put in there. Is it a yes for?
Yes.
It's open, so everyone can.
After we see the outcome of this, before you make your motion, we need another motion about extending or adjourning. Yeah.
I move we extend. Let me second.
Okay. All right, so the motion is withdrawn by majority vote, 10-1. The one no is Mr. Smith. Now, do we determine whether we're going to continue tonight or adjourn? This vote right.
Sorry, I vote to extend. Yeah.
Okay.
Who seconded it?
Okay, Tricia. Vote to extend the meeting, so let's vote on that.
Extend the meeting to what time?
It doesn't have to have a time, they didn't put a time.
As long as it takes.
Then we finish.
Voting's open.
I would like to make an amendment.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, we already opened voting, Mr. Smith, and I did not see your hand up. I don't think you put your hand up. So
no,
we're gonna-
you did not open the voting. You just went, you just went ahead and said that we're gonna go ahead and vote. You didn't ask if anybody had any questions. You just made an assumption. And that's why I was asking you at the time, and you said no. And so therefore that's when I would need to amend the vote. I mean to amend the motion. You didn't give a time. You didn't give a time.
You don't have to give a time.
Okay, well, you didn't call for the question. Upon it being convenient for you, you just went ahead and said you're calling for the vote. I mean, can we get some consistency here? Because there are times when you say, okay, there's no questions, and you move on. There's times when you say, okay, vote. I'm just trying to be consistent across the board. That's why I asked the question.
So this vote does not have a time. If we vote this up or down, and you want to make that we, end it at 10 p.m., you can make that motion after this. I don't see what the issue is.
The issue is that I like to amend the motion before it even gets off the ground. That's the issue. That's the issue. That's the issue.
Well, what would the board like to do? Would you like to accept his amendment after the fact or no?
We need to go and vote. All for one.
You have the opportunity to, let's vote here, and then you have the opportunity to make a motion if you want a certain time, or amend the motion.
Everyone has voted, but, okay. Mr. Smith, how are you voting?
All right, we've extended the meeting, by majority vote, 10-0-1, the one abstention is Mr. Smith. Would you like to make another motion, Mr. Smith, about this meeting?
Yes, I would. I'd like to make an amendment. I mean, I'd like to make a motion that this meeting doesn't go beyond 10:30.
Do we have a second? Second. Right, Ms. Dr. Wisniewski, second your motion. All the hands are up, and I'm not sure if they're related to this or not. So, making it very hard. Sorry. So this is to end the meeting at 10:30, which is 1 hour from now. Any discussion about that? All right. Voting is open.
Yes, the voting's open.
No.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
No.
Um,
The motion fails. 5-5-1. So there's not a majority. The one abstention is considered not a vote, and that was from Mr. Guy. All right.
no, that's from Ms. Middleton.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I apologize. The one abstention was Angela Middleton. So there is not a majority. So the prior motion is in effect. In other words, we're having the meeting unless somebody decides at some point that they want to adjourn. Okay. I'll make a motion to adjourn. Ms. Irvine?
In the material presented to us by Ms. Crosby, there's a number of employees in each of the groups. There are 47 part-time employees identified in this material. Can't we just say those 47 people? Because they were obviously with us when we started talking about this, and they would meet our criteria, I would think, of being the people that we intend to reward for working with us. Just a question.
Okay.
I have the file captured with that data, those employee names and ID numbers, so it's possible for me to do what Ms. Robine mentioned.
I didn't understand it though. Clarify it.
In order to capture the costs of what I believe would be attributed to the part-time pay for those, part-time bonuses for those employees, I captured a file to get an estimate of the cost and the number of employees that would be affected, which employees would be affected, and I have a listing of employees that would be affected based on that scenario. Now, that is not for February 20th through 4/16 because that came at a later date, but it was actually since January 1st, up until the date that I ran the information, which was in March.
So then it sounds like we can go back to the motion that we just withdrew, and that meets the intent of the board
to
capture since employee act for an average of these days per week since January 1st.
All right, do you want to make your motion? Ms.
I don't know what the additions are. I don't know what the additional language is that you are suggesting.
So instead of the time frame to, we would say from January 1st, 2021 through 4/16/2021.
Only for the part-time.
That's the only change, Ms. Crosby, and that will.
Not to repeat what we already.
Right.
Where will we put that information?
So only changing that date is going to capture the spirit of intent. Only capturing, changing the date from January 1st, 2021 in this language here is going to capture what we.
Well, it may be, this is a longer time frame than I originally calculated because it goes through the 16th of April. And I originally calculated through mid-March. So it won't be 47, it would maybe slightly different than that. It may capture the weeks since our first discussion with the board.
It's my understanding from Ms. Rodine, and Kathy, maybe you want to make the motion, but it's my understanding that that was the cutoff date. That if you were employed by the time that we were offering this, if we could have made this decision in January, that was my understanding. If we could have made this decision in January, we would have done it right then that night. We just couldn't because we didn't know what our revenue was going to be because of the all that's went on. So I don't know that this captures what Ms. Robine is saying. The change, or the extension of the date all the way to April. I thought it was as of, Kathy, would you please?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that, just like Ms. Fidrick said, if we knew we had the money, we would have voted on it right then. That's what prevented us from doing it. And at that time, the employee groups, the number of part-time employees was 47. And again, I go back to the intent. The intent was to reward the people, that stuck with us, that have been with us this whole time, not to reward the people that are gonna jump on to do some tutoring in the next couple months. I think the intent was to say thank you to the people that have been with us. So that's why it seems we have a definitive number here. And if these numbers aren't that definitive, then our math and the amount that we just, are going to approve won't be accurate either. It moves the budget. So, I'm trying to simplify things, but I don't think that's happening. So,
It seems like we've made this way harder than it needs to be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Again, I would love the opportunity to go back to the drawing board with my team, what is doable, what makes sense, and take your comments to them. Look at, I do have state guidance on the step increase, but it doesn't apply to part-time employees. So it really isn't applicable to this conversation. But if I could bring something back on Friday at the work session on the part-time staff, then we can move forward with full-time.
Listen, you just said no, but, so put up I thought we didn't approve the full-time either?
I can't see the screen, so I'm not sure.
I think we approved the two amendments and then we withdrew it, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, Okay, so, sorry.
We need to have a motion.
Yeah, so,
Okay, and we'll worry about the part-time on Friday.
but then isn't it also, is the amount maybe gonna be different too? Because we've now changed the window for full-time?
Yes, I have to be active for 120 days, then he has to go in there.
We could use 3.1 or 3.2 million because that's the amount of the full-time cost. And then add an additional amount with the part-time at a separate date.
Somebody wanna?
Sure.
Okay, I'll give this a stab. All right. I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to pay a one-time bonus to current active employees determined to have worked a minimum of 120 days of school year 2021 from the general fund operating budget at the rate of full-time teachers and other staff $1,000, not to exceed $3.2 million.
Have a second.
Second.
As you guys all said it the same.
Colonel Guy can have
Who do
it.
we-
He's been so
who do we give
quiet.
the credit to?
Give it to Colonel Guy.
Who seconded, Colonel Guy?
Yeah, we'll give it to him.
And you know how much I hate to let that one go.
All right, so is there any further well, we need Robin to display it.
Yes, give me a moment, please.
Yes.
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 Wait a minute.
No, but Mr. Smith was just responding to questions. But Earl is
Okay, I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education, okay, I'll just put it up there because I get feedback.
Okay.
Wait a minute, part-time comes out.
So everything after the $1,000 comes out except for, total amount not to exceed the 3.2.
Keep the time frame,
No, doesn't apply now.
okay? So average days per week, all that comes out as well. That's the,
That one sentence, yes.
That one.
okay, hold on. Let me,
We need that in there, like the Board of Education approved. That looks correct. Ms. Crosby, are you satisfied with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, any further discussion about the motion that we have on the table?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Mr. Smith?
So this motion right here is to basically transfer the funds over for the full-time employees, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct or not?
Yes.
So we're just transferring transferring the money for the full-time employees, not the part-time employees.
Mr. Smith, I made the motion with the total amount that we had used in the prior motion, knowing that it won't use up this full amount. And then on Friday, when we do the part-time employees, we'll know that the money is still there. Right? Because this was not to exceed 3.2 million when it had the part-time employees in it. So now by just saying it this way, we know it won't go over, but we also know that there's enough in there. So we'll parse it out on Friday.
Ms. Boatright?
I called the question.
All right. If you call the question, we have to have now a 2/3 majority vote, but there's no unanimous, so I'll call the question, and I think that, there's nobody who's wanting to ask a question, actually, yes, we can. All right, the question is called.
voting's open.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion is approved, 10-1. The one no is Mr. Smith. So is there any objection to what Ms. Crosby suggested? And if there's objection, we'll vote. She is going to bring forward to the board on our April 23rd work session what she feels is appropriate for the recommendation for a motion for the part-time employees. And she's heard our discussion that we're, trying to compensate those that have been with us during this time, not people that haven't been with us this whole time or most of this time, or whatever we want to say. All right, so is there any objection to that? Mr. Smith?
Yes, I do have objection. Whether you're part-time or full-time, if you was with us, everyone should get paid $1,000. And even the employees that we left out, they should be added to this. So I do have an objection.
Okay, so.
On the order, Madam Chair, he doesn't have an objection to the motion, but he will have an objection to what is brought forward on Friday. But I don't think he's objecting to what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what
I actually correct you, Ms. What I do, because she's working it out and bringing it back to us. So I would like for her to work it out to give everyone $1,000 and bring that back to us.
I think would be Friday would take more time to make that argument.
I can't hear you.
That's okay. I think you're right.
Okay, so you have objection, Mr. Smith, so make your motion.
I make a motion that Ms. I make a motion that the chair of the finance committee brings that Mrs. Crosby bring a documentation of what it would cost to give everyone $1,000 flat out, part-time or full-time.
We have a second. There being no second, that's not entertained by the board.
There you go.
So we'll ask Ms. Crosby to come back on Friday with her recommendation for the part-time employees. All right, are we ready to move on?
So the second matter is the employee step increase. So the state, last month, the governor approved House Resolution 3609, which restores the salary step increases that were frozen in the state budget because of reductions in state revenues that we were experiencing as a result of the pandemic. For the resolution states that for each person that is eligible for the step increase for the 2020-2021 school year, each district shall provide a one-time lump sum payment in the entire step increase due to the employee, including any amount in arrears, and it must be paid by June 15, 2021. Or the district may utilize its system to pay the increase as long as the first payment retroactively includes all previous payments that they would have been eligible for. So a lot of language there. So the resolution identified specific positions that are eligible and mandated for this step increase. And they are in the certified and the professional categories that are listed on your memo. The professional category is a new category over the last 1 or 2 years, and it includes nurses, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and a few other groups of employees, but that are mandated to receive this retroactive step increase. This evening, the recommended motion is that we extend that step increase to all employees, including classified and administrators. And so the costs of that would total approximately $2.7 million. And that all eligible employees, meaning those up to the 24th step, would be eligible. So up to 23rd step would be eligible for an increase in this model. Again, this is not a CARES Act eligible type expense, and it is a recurring expense. So we wouldn't want to pay recurring expenses with non-recurring dollars such as CARES or ARPA or ESSER or all of those. but it is not eligible being a portion. Now it becomes a base, part of their base salary. We will receive some funding in the general fund to help support some of these things, and I'm bet you're going to see that on Friday, that we are allocating resources from these federal funds through a transfer to the general fund to help support the administration of these grants. So that those funds will help us over a period of time. And we expect in the current year to be about $270,000 extra revenue to help support. That's a small amount compared to the total cost that we're talking about tonight, but every little bit helps. Again, we have savings that we're going to experience this year, and both the savings should cover both the step and the retroactive step increase and the bonus program that we've just discussed. And also, again, we would need to have permission to do budget transfers to reallocate savings to the areas that the step increase will be spent in. This proposal is will come as of June and will be paid on, is proposed to be paid on June 4th of 2021. So we have we have a specific payroll calendar with busy times during the next few months. And so we specifically placed it in an area where we felt that the workload would allow us to perform these calculations and input the data into our payroll system in time for the June 4th meeting. So at this time, my recommendation is that to pay the lump sum step increase to all eligible employees from the general operating fund and allow us to budget the necessary resources in the proper areas of the general fund budget to cover the expense. So I'll turn it over to you for questions.
All right, Mr. Smith.
Mrs. Crosby, my question is, would we be able to use any of the covert money that the district have gotten to put towards the step increase?
No, sir. Other than there is a small portion, it's $270,000. It is an indirect, it is a transfer that we can make to the general fund. So we can support it by about approximately $270,000. Other than that, we cannot spend directly from any CARES Act or COVID related funds.
Okay. At this time, Madam Chair, I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to pay a lump sum step increase to all eligible employees from the general fund operating budget. The Board of Education approves the budget transfer necessary to the fund payments of the step increase.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, we'll give it to you, Ms. Robine. All right. Mr. Smith? Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I just have a couple questions. One is, it's my understanding that this recommendation is going to take it a step further from the state mandate. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So this is including classified administrative staff.
That's correct.
For an additional 700 or so. When was the last time that classified and administrative staff received a step increase? Is that typically all done at the same time? All employees?
Yes, it would have been July 1, 2019, because we didn't do it in July 1 of 20, or it was effective. July 1 of 2019 was the last time we rolled the step, and then that new year they were eligible, they received the higher rate.
Okay. And
in
so,
the 1920 school year.
So this is bringing certified professional, classified and administrative, all current, is that accurate?
Yes.
To the most recent step increase?
Yes.
That they would receive?
Yes, it will reinstate the step that was waived or stopped by the governor's office in March of last year.
Okay. Then I think that's all I had. I just wanted to make sure that, I was clarifying that this is taking it even further. And that's it.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
The evergreen state steps, with the increased step movement and percentage raise too? Or?
It does not include a cost of living increase. So the actual salary schedule that is currently exists will not change. The employees who are eligible will move up a step. So if I have 7 years of experience this year, I will be moved to the 8th step. Or if I'm on the 7th step, I'll be moved to the 8th step. And then as we move to the new school year and the new budget, then we may have the opportunity to provide another step in July timeframe.
I have a couple questions. So you just corrected yourself of that, because I didn't think the steps correlated with years of service, correct?
That's correct. It
Okay.
does not in many cases. The
Yeah.
teacher is more connected to the State Department certification and how many days of employment and work in that field. But certainly it does not always identify with or correlate directly to the years of experience. And I corrected myself as well because we are one step behind on teachers. So there was not a step increase several years back. And so we are still behind one step, even with the addition of this.
It's from Miss Alice Walton. She told me it was 2011, I believe. Yes, 10 years ago. So, and my second question is, so the employees that are eligible for the step increase, are these all full-time employees?
Yes. There may be.
Because I was wondering about like the speech therapist or occupational therapist or physical therapist, are they, so if they're, how should I say?
Full-time.
Okay, they have to be full-time, not really a contracted, 1 day a week, or I guess that's what I'm driving at.
There are a small number of partial, we call it partial FTEs, they might be a half FTE as a teacher. So they would be eligible for a portion of that step, not the full amount because they don't have they're only a partial FTE or full-time equivalent. So there are a few out there, so I won't say there are none, but it is not prevalent.
Okay, so that was my question, or questions, thank you. Mr. Smith?
So basically the bus drivers who didn't get their step increase last year will now get their step increase this year or last year. Is that my understanding?
For the current school year, the step that was not provided and begun in July 1 of 2020 will be now restored and they will receive it retroactively back to July 1. All classified, including bus drivers, yes. Classified
Okay,
and certified.
Right, thank you. Yeah, that's what I want to know, basically for the classified staff as well. Also, I noticed today, I believe that I saw that, I don't know if you saw yet, that they were giving, I think they were putting $1,000 back. I was off subject, but they were putting $1,000 back into the budget. That's some good news for teachers as well. But that's all I have, basically.
Ms. Pritchard?
Thank you. Tanya, can you help me remember? So our first year teachers, our second year teachers, there's not a step there, is there?
There is not. 0 to the first step, there is not. There would be no increase. First to the second. So if we have a first year teacher this year that completes the year, they not be eligible for a step in the current year anyway, if they're first year.
Right.
If they were first year, if they're second year teachers, they would not get, they would still be listed at the 0 stage.
Mm-hmm.
They would not get a step. If we give one at July 1 for next year, they would be eligible for it. So.
Okay, so I know this is not germane to this conversation, but I really think that's something we need to look at. So thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I just put my hand down. Ms. Fridges, I do agree with you.
All right, voting question is called.
Yes.
motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Crosby.
Thank you.
We'll hear from you on Friday. And obviously, Robin, Pushing Mary, that needs to be added to the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next is, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
And who seconds?
I second.
Right, Ms. Angela Middleton, second.
Who made the motion?
Dr. Wisniewski.
Okay, I'm sorry, didn't see her. And then Ms. Middleton. Got it.
Okay, so voting is open?
Yes.
Yes.
The motion carries, 10 yes, no no's, and 1 abstention, which was Mr. Strivenger. Next, any future agenda topics, please put your hand up on the electronic screen. You want to suggest any? Ms. Boatright?
I'd like to have a discussion. I know you guys adopted the 9:15 rule on August 15th, but I would like to revisit the governing culture D17 adjournment and how we handle that.
All right, there being no further hands up. The announcement is the joint board SIC meeting is April 29, 2021. That's next Thursday at 6 p.m. and it's going to be via video conferencing. I should have mentioned an hour ago, there were no second public comments, so that we didn't stop for that. And there's no objections, we're adjourned. All right. Good night, thank you, we're adjourned.